I am sim racing.
I'm Wes Fuller, driver the number 35, stand up to Cancer Ford. I am sim racing.
Hi, I'm Cameron Peterson. I am sim racing.
What's going on? It's Rob Biotti from 4i Racing, driver the number 44 Toyota Camry, and I am sim racing.
Hello, I am Christopher Hamilton, and I am sim racing.
Hi, I'm Eric Andrews. I am sim racing.
We are sim racing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Bathurst 1000 tonight, racing with the Couture Premier Series team. We have 4 drivers out tonight. Carl Handwerk is going to be taking the first split, and then after that, it's going to be Michael Campbell, so those two will be trading off. And then the second team that's going to be racing with these guys is going to be Bryson Clark and Nick Nickerson. So a powerhouse of road drivers tonight. Last time they hit Bathurst, I believe we pulled off a second place. It was either Bathurst or Sebrings, but these guys are a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the long run. But they are driving a different car. They're driving one of the Ford Mustangs, Ford Super Mustangs, or Ford GT, I guess. Super. What do they call this one? It's like the it's just like their Super V8 series.
Supercar.
Yeah, it's their V8 supercar. So it's different than last time we hit it, which was the AMG 3, or GT3. So you're gonna have a little bit of a change up on how it handles. But it looks like Carl hitting his marks for his qualifying time right now. We'll have to wait for him to throw down his first time, but I think their first lap should be close to 5 minutes, or is it 2? It's either 2 or 5. We'll wait for him to cross the line, and we'll point it out. But
I know they were running 2 minutes something, and
okay,
distance. So
yeah, then it's got to be round 2. So
I think he maybe said like 2:05 or something like that. Don't quote me on that, but
I'm gonna quote you right now.
Oh boy.
Our in-race announcer said that they run a 2:05 flat. All right. To those 2 live viewers, thank you. I appreciate it. But this is going to be relaxed. It's just a morning broadcast. It's for fun. We're going to comment. Honestly, it's fun to see the first 5 minutes of the race because there's so much action, and then it kind of stretches out, gets a little bit tamer. But for anyone that enjoys pretty much, it's like goes back to like watching trophy trucks and pro trucks just go at it at the first corner. That's exactly what happens at Bathurst. So, stepping out around the corner, getting it back under control. Beautiful shot. That's something that just happens on every 24-hour long, or pretty much any long run for racing. You'll see these guys just race towards that first corner, and some people just go full send, and it's atrocious. But even in real life, that happens. So you just got to deal with it. And in the booth with me tonight, Wes Fuller. Wes, how you doing?
Pretty good. I'm kind of stuffing my face right now, so.
All right, well then I'll keep you talking. So, do you have... Just kidding. You eat your breakfast, man. It's okay. It's an early morning. Especially Saturday.
Especially for you.
Yeah. You know what's funny is I woke up thinking it was 4 o'clock or 4 a.m. or roughly around there, and I looked at the time and I was like 5:55, and I was like, oh man, I said I'd be on at 6.
No, this place, I've only kind of watched a handful of laps here, and this place is crazy. I think they're gonna have a challenge with this new Mustang. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong. This is kind of a new car, isn't it?
They stashed away the Super Falcon, and they changed it over to this the Ford Mustang.
I gotcha. Yeah.
But it's technically the same car.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. What's up?
This place looks tight. Like,
Oh, it's very tight.
I suck at road courses. I stay away from them, and this place looks like it'd be a handful if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, no, it's a very tight course. Even when it's just yourself driving. So these guys are gonna have to work really hard on passing. Like any road course for passing, it's gonna come down to pretty much trying to run someone down on a straight and get a good run off them and beat them to the breaking point. But that, or you can so as they go up the mountain, there's a section on the mountain that is, how to put it, it S turns up and sorry about that, folks. It S turns down a little bit, but like there's a section on there where people kind of wreck out. And if you give them a little bit of space, you can kind of, it's 50-50. They're either going to wreck themselves and catch you, or they're going to wreck themselves and you get a nice pass. And it's possible. It's just you have to be careful. But you can put pressure on someone, get them nervous, make them, screw up their racing line, and they'll overshoot and hit the wall a little bit. Yeah.
It does look like it'd be hard to pass. Like I
It's-
said, I suck at these things. So, and that's pretty much just anywhere. Just basically wait for somebody to make a mistake and then pounce on it whenever they do.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some good driving. These
I do too.
cars are a blast, and with Carl starting for the first run, I know Carl's he's not actually, yeah, he is. He's on par with those guys. The first time, like, I would say he's gotten better at road courses. He used to be a little bit behind like Nick and Bryson speed wise, but I think he's pretty close now. But
He's getting up there.
but when Carl is doing like the first split, Carl's a rough guy in the sense of he doesn't mind going shoulder to shoulder with people, which is what you want for your starting driver. You want someone that's willing to get into the mix of it, and come out alive. So he's a very dynamic driver. So very, very flexible depending, if he has a good start or a bad start. And then following up, we have Michael Campbell, who I call the anchor. Dude, that guy, you give him a spot and he's not going to lose it. He's just going to gain positions on people. That guy just holds place or does better. So you have someone that's super accurate that's going to follow up wherever Carl gets them on the first run, and then behind them you have Bryson Clark and Nick Nickerson, who are road course powerhouses. So those guys will finish off depending on where they're at. Last time they were able to time their pitting so that they pretty much went from, I think they went from 10th to 2nd in under 2 hours because of their how they did their pits. It was pretty freaking awesome.
I know the last time I jumped in booth with you, they wrecked out on turn 1, or
Yeah.
like our first lap. So
That like I said, it's a meat grinder the first lap, so we have to see what happens.
it really is. But right now they're sitting P10 in qualifying. 207.773 or 733. Sorry. Which ain't too bad. I think they might be. They might be ahead of the mess, but they're kind of in the center. But I don't know. This is gonna be crazy to watch, especially kind of like you said, that first corner.
Yeah, P10. That's a good place to sit. You're mid pack, a little above mid pack. Yeah. Well, let's just see what happens out in the track, and enjoy the first 5 minutes of Bathurst, which is, like I said, it's a blast. I love the first 5 minutes. It's rough. It's scary. People are flying everywhere, possibly dying. It's insane. So, as we get off of qualifying, Ooh, I'm excited. This is gonna be awesome.
This is gonna be pretty cool.
All right. Ridding up. Just waiting for Core to get out there. Thanks for popping in, Dylan. Appreciate the support, man. Oh yeah, so for anyone out there that's watching this, that I don't know, that usually watches the races, this is going to be a more relaxed broadcast. So we're going to have fun with it. It's not too serious, but it's more of a team coverage. So we're going to talk a little bit of trash. We're going to have some fun. We'll keep it PG-13, I promise. But it's going to be a... This first corner, I might drop a couple, but after that, we'll keep it PG-13, I promise. It'll be fine. But it's going to be a heavy corner.
Those cars look awesome, though.
I know, right? Dude, Josh does such good paint schemes, and only with like a 2-week notice on this. Or did you do this one, or did Josh?
Josh did this one. I was supposed to help him with it, and I got busy and sidetracked. But he knocked out the park. Yeah.
Wow. I that disappoints me, Wes.
I know.
How can it be?
I was supposed to have him, and I just kind of. Well, I was on my way home from work whenever he asked me, and a lot of stuff happened in between the time I got home, and yeah.
They just click off. Carl, come back. Where you at?
You still hearing my?
Is he there on your screen? He disappeared on mine. I'm gonna change some angle. Oh, there he is. Oh, what? It went to the rear spoiler? I don't like that game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, green flag's out. Here we go. Carl already getting 2 positions around some slow. I was trying up on. Takes the outside, beats him around. There we go. We are now in 8th place. Moving up the line. He's got 2 guys side by side racing into a corner. That's going to open up a spot for him if they battle it out.
That was definitely a strong statement right there, passing around on the outside.
And yeah, you're going to catch him around the outside. Once again, we're going to say it around the outside. But no, that's something that happens. Is some people are slow to the gun, and if you can beat them on that start, you know, these V's have so much power behind them that you have plenty of acceleration to jump a position or 2. I heard a wall slap. That might mean danger zone for some of the drivers out there. Looks like everyone's actually doing it really clean. Most of these races get really bad that first run. For anyone out there, that is the Core Premier paint scheme. So look for that on the track, not the DeWalt power tools behind them. Ooh, a little bit of brake checking there around the corner, unless that guy blinked out. And it looks like a driver's going for a pass up in front. Is that going to spell trouble? Down the straight. Oh, that guy had a good run. Look at that. Got around another position.
Wow, did you see that car jump that curve? Holy smokes.
Yep. DeWalt going for a pass on the outside. Carl throws a block.
He says no.
That's the one thing I love when they're not racing against any of the Core drivers. That's no holds bar. Like, you know, when it comes to Core racing against Core, it's like, you know, friends and family. You're gonna joke around, but you're not gonna purposely block someone when they have a good run.
You're gonna give room.
Yeah, you're gonna give room because, you know, we're trying to put on a good show. But when it comes to this stuff, you're gonna try and stay alive and you're gonna try and hold position. And so blocking someone, try and get around me.
Yeah. Speaking of block, That was a big block right there, about pushing him in the grass.
Yup. That guy coming off on the inside, trying to give him a nose.
Carl about got him back.
Oh yeah, Carl will do that. And you can see Carl taking the inside, taking the outside, not letting the guy get the preferred line.
This is probably the tightest part of this whole track right here.
Yeah. This part, the uphill's pretty okay. The downhill's pretty scary. Just because, you know, all that weight now is on the front tires coming down, and you brake, you're pretty much just going to go slapping a wall. You like ping pong off the walls. It's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, I can see that happening. There's not a lot of room right there in between the grass and rumble strips and the wall.
Oh yeah.
You make a mistake, you're done.
100%. I'd like to thank our morning sponsor. That's going to be this morning's coffee, Brack Rifle Company, or coffee. Just kidding, they're not sponsored. But I'd love a Black Rifle Company sponsor. That'd be awesome.
I got Monster.
Oh, I had a Red Bull, but I had it last morning or yesterday.
Morning?
I had last morning, whatever last morning ago that was. Oh, dude, that guy behind him's getting a little pushy.
Yeah, he is.
I don't like him. That's Martin. Oh, he's German. Steinhilber. That's PCF Racing Gold.
I mean, that's kind of a sick looking car, but
No, it's not. It's got no sponsors on it. I don't like it.
How about that Mustang and Carl Handworth, though?
I know, right? All right, here we go. Look at that. Both DeWalt and PCF both looking to make some passes and then stepping back in line. And it's funny. It's Carl stepping to the outside. Can he get a run on him? Nope. So it goes Mustang, Holden.
That car behind Carl. Oh, those two are getting dicey.
Yeah, I can see that. That teal guy is trying to push the line on these guys.
Yep.
Looks like.
They finally put some gap on them, though.
Yeah, they screwed up their corners. That's what you want, though. You want those guys off your back.
All right, there's a little close racing there for as early as it is.
Yeah. Is that rub on the left side? Is that from one of the drivers?
Yeah, probably.
'Cause I don't remember seeing Carl slap the wall. That's
He
quite
might
a
have
bit of paint.
He might have got it last lap. I saw
Okay.
somebody push the wall on that tight little spot, or
it
tight
could've
little
been him, yeah.
piece of the track, and it could have been him. I don't think Car would do that.
Just wanted to change the paint scheme up a little bit, that's all. Give a little Warren look. Oh, can he get to the inside of him on the exit? Oh, he's right there. See that guy in the PCF number 7, that guy's on his tail, does not want him to go. I feel like the guy's gonna push Carl around one of the corners.
Oh,
Back end steps out, a little too excited there. It's okay. We've only lost one position and he'll get it back. Good recovery though.
yeah, that was a good save.
That would have thrown me for quite a spin. That would have been deuces. I'm out of here. Oh my gosh! Yes, 2 positions open up.
Wow, that was nice.
That's what you get for driving aggressive. Sorry if I woke up my girlfriend. I apologize. She's sleeping and I have like yelling.
Carl now knows what it's like to have two people
Dude.
wreck in front of him.
Oh, Carl,
Just
slow it down,
drive
man.
right on
Slow it
through.
down, man. You see his back end just kick out on
He
him?
got a little excited. Car's getting loose. He's pushing her.
Yeah, he is. He needs to get back on, slow down his race pace just a tad bit. But that's what I love about like Bathurst and these like GT style racing is, dude, some of the when they're all packed up, those corners are so freaking cool because someone can get a little too aggressive. Carl back end steps out again, and I think he's pushing it a little bit, trying to run away from these guys.
It looks like he is.
Yeah.
A little gap between, give him a little room, and
Yeah, he is. Every single corner, you can see him recorrecting.
he's got some heat in those tires. I wonder if it's not the setup's off just a little bit and making him loose.
Possibly. I know they were talking about the driving style of the car and stuff like that, and that they were expecting it to be a little looser than tighter, which
Yep.
is fine. These guys are used to driving the AMG GT3. Sorry, the Mercedes AMG, which acts a little bit like these muscle cars. So it's definitely got that back end steps out on you, and the weights, a lot of weights on the front. We got a blinker. DeWalt having PC issues. Oh, dude, look at that pile behind them. That is awesome.
Oh, wow.
I think someone is like brake checking the group. Because that looks like 8 drivers just stacked on top of each other right now.
There's definitely somebody that's not quite as fast as this group that's really holding them up.
Yeah. He's playing some great defense. Look at that. Dude, look at the gap. That's
Wow.
insane. Yeah, that's let's wait for the ticker to tick over. Actually, maybe I can see the lead gap. It's behind 7.3. It doesn't show that much. It shows a 4-second gap, roughly.
Mm.
Yeah, 19 to 4 seconds between those guys. Well, that's not too bad.
No, really not.
I'll take that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Carl has made it out of the gauntlet of doom. He now has to run down the drivers in front. Most of that stuff is going to happen during the pit stops, actually. A lot of making up times. Either someone makes a mistake in the front or you time your pit stops properly. So while we're on a little bit of a lull, I'd like to thank our broadcast sponsors. That's going to be Critical Hit Bass Lures and Southern California's Nautilus Media Systems, always keeping us fast and streamlined. And so here we go as he runs down the next guy. That is 6th place up ahead of him, and he is gaining on him.
While you're saying that, I'm like, holy crap, he's really catching that guy.
Oh, back end steps out again.
Loose is fast.
Yeah, a little bit of
It's like he's running that guy down like he's a rabbit. Holy
yeah.
smokes.
DeWalt though is hot on his tail. Oh,
Yeah, he is. All right, Carl needs to kind of calm
he's letting him get
down
around
just
him.
a little bit.
Is he gonna let him, or is he gonna take him to the corner? Carl's gonna take him to the corner. Oh,
He thought about it, yeah.
Yeah, let him go, man. We'll get back. He's like, but I gained so many positions. But I was winning. I think right now he needs to just drive behind someone.
I do, because you get him out by himself, and
I
he's
know.
driving like a badass.
Yeah,
And he just kind of needs to pace himself.
I think so.
That's weird how that works. You think
Well,
out and by yourself or whatever, you just kind of run your own race, run whatever. But it's actually the opposite. Whenever you're behind a car, you don't push the car.
Yeah.
You're kind of going by what they do.
Exactly. You know, you don't have someone to kind of pace you. Actually, that guy just might have.
Oh no, he's pretty quick.
Yeah, no, that guy's just quick. Is that DeWalt that just passed him? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
DeWalt company. It's okay. That car won't last too long. Trucking trash on DeWalt. That's right. You guys' drills always break on me.
I'm a Craftsman guy myself.
I like Milwaukee.
They're pretty good. Oh, dude, Walt's blinking.
Yeah. That's why he's so fast. He's got that warp drive. Number 1, or it's number 2. Engage. Then appears.
Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
You excited for this weekend's race?
Where are we at?
Let's take a look.
I am excited for the vintage series. I'm always excited for those. Those are a lot of fun. But
Ooh, this is gonna be good.
we're in the
Legends at the Oxford Plain, 100 laps. That's gonna be fun. I was running that.
I
for
was
the video.
slow. I was slow, and I could barely make a lap without hitting the wall or running off the track. So it might be pretty interesting.
I really like
Whenever
that one.
we
You could just drag the
do a
brake and
video-
keep her going.
Yeah. Whenever we did the video or photo shoot or whatever it was, it's a season or at the beginning of the season. I couldn't figure this place out. I was everywhere. At least now I can halfway make a lap.
Hey man, as long as you do half a lap, that's all that matters. We can work on the full lap later. Dude, look at that downhill section.
What?
110 miles an hour. Woo-wee.
So fast.
He's just going for it.
So
120.
sketchy.
Oh, he caught a little bit of air there.
A little bit.
A little bit. Just a couple inches. That's all you need. just unhook.
This weekend, Monday, we go to Daytona in the 87 cars. I'm super stoked about that.
That's gonna be awesome. You know, anything with the 87 cars has always been awesome.
I
haven't
love
had
87.
something that I've disliked
Man.
with those things.
At least whenever I get off work and everything on Monday, either I had a bad day or whatever, I can always come home and look forward to the 87 cars.
Oh,
No matter how bad and how much I complain about the racetrack or the whatever, I just love those cars.
I'm gonna talk a little trash on NASCAR right now. So iRacing Cup cars and Xfinity, I hate them to death. Those 87 cars are freaking awesome, and you know, a little bit. Sometimes it's the league and watching, like the way you guys drive those 87s. Like you guys are muscling for position, but it's clean and it's fun. A lot of times when I see people like in racing in Cup cars with Xfinity, it's either they're all lined up, driving it as fast as they can and keeping it clean, or they're trying to like make passes every single turn and they're wrecking into like the corner, slapping up against the wall. Like it's just it's just a bloodbath. And I like the way you guys all drive the 87s. It's a blast to watch. It's entertaining. I don't feel like I'm having to like really work in the sense of commentary. You guys are, bringing a lot to the table already. So it's
We're
just-
making a show. I mean,
yeah, no, like the Cup cars, dude. I used to like some races, I'd nod off. Like I had one race, and I fell asleep because it was such a long run, and nothing was happening, and like they're fun. I really like the Cup cars and Xfinity cars on shorter tracks. I think they handle it great. But when they're on like Talladega and those super speedways, it's really kind of boring sometimes because they're so fast,
right.
and nothing really happens most of the time. You get like maybe one person passing, and then that's it. And the car handles it the whole way through. Yeah, and it's just like it's cool. I can keep the energy, but I know the car handles great. So I'm like, and they're 3 wide. Okay. And he makes it across. Yay. Then you take the the 87s and it's like, they're 3 wide. Oh, he's back and could step out at any time on him. There it goes.
Well, the thing about those 87s is you have to lift into corners, especially whenever you're around a car.
Yeah.
And if you can make it through there 3 wide, that's saying something, because those things are a handful to drive. You have to drive them like a 1.5 mile track. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But, oh man, they're a lot of fun.
Yeah, you
it's-
got to dot your I's, cross your T's, and make sure your P's aren't Q's, and you're good.
Yeah.
It's a lot of things to check with those things. And I don't know, it's fun to watch you guys race. I can't get enough of it.
Probably the coolest thing is being behind somebody and watch them go into that corner and that rear end hang out like it's a dirt car.
Right?
It's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had some success in these cars or in those cars, but still, it amazes me. It's like, do I look like that? I mean,
You can see it too. Like especially if you're in the even if you're in the cockpit view, you can see when that rear end steps out and just all the weight's on the back right tire. And you can just feel it. You're like, "Oh, I'm slightly sideways right now."
well, whenever we first started this, I was like, oh my god, he's freaking loose. He's going to wreck. And then now we just kind of expect it. And it's like, okay, that looks cool, but if your rear end straight, you're not going very fast.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to judge somebody how fast or to see how fast they're going by how far their rear end's hanging out.
Right.
But you actually can, because if somebody's throwing it in there and that rear end's hanging out and you see black marks, then they're flying. No,
Yeah.
It's just cool. Those cars are so much fun to drive, and kind of going back and watching the replays or everything, they're a lot of fun to watch, and you get good hard racing. Unlike
no. The last couple races. So I know like the first start of the 87s was rough because you guys had to figure out how they handled, especially when you're driving against a pack. But now that you guys have, I think, what, 12 or 10 races under your belt, dude, it's like on point. Now you guys know exactly how they're going to handle. You guys can really work at driving against each other well. It goes from like, you know, getting a new toy to play with to now you're experienced, you know what you're doing, and you can take it that next step, which is what you get more of an expertise in how to handle this corner, and then how to take this guy on. Like, you know, this guy's slow when he does this.
Also, we're starting to come around to track for a second time.
Right, and that helps out too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know when we did like Charlotte back-to-back, that you guys improved the next race. It was pretty funny to watch.
Well, the setup kind of changed a little bit, I think. And yeah, because that was horrible in the All-Star race. And then we get in the 600, and I think I finished like 5th. I was like, holy crap. So I was talking to Carl, and the past 7 weeks, my worst finish is 8th.
Yeah, both you and Josh have been moving up the leaderboards in the sense of finishes. That's why, like, I try to, like, when I see you guys up there, I root you guys on so much, because I know that it's between there's a couple drivers, you, Paul, and Josh. I think out of everyone, you've had probably the highest finishes and a couple wins.
Yep.
But you three, like, I've seen such a giant progression of moving forward and doing well. It's so cool to watch. Like I didn't really get it sometimes where people talk about like watching drivers grow, and they're like as a broadcaster, and like, you know, they're like, oh, I remember when he sucked. Look at him now. It's really fun to see that. Like, and especially with Core, I you know, it's a little more personal because you guys all are kind of like friends and family in a way. Like, that's how you kind of treat the group.
Right.
So it's nice because you get to watch people that maybe have had a hard time for 2 seasons come back and like start putting in 5th place, 4th place. You know, maybe once in a while get an 8th, and then or if something bad happens, you know. But most of the time, you guys are right below the podium, you know, by 1 or 2 positions. And it's gnarly to see you guys do that and kind of just keep working at it. And then, you know, I told Josh, like, Josh, like, I think he's gonna get get maybe one win this season, but I'm like, dude, next season, if you come back with the same thing you're doing that, you, Paul, and Wes all kind of put in the time to do, you guys are going to come back and start like putting these guys to shame. Because you're putting more time. I think you guys are putting more time into practicing than both Carl, Nick, and Bryson and some of the other guys.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
And so it's one of those things where practicing pays off a lot, especially when you're seeing improvement. And it looks like we have a challenger to the field. Looks like Didgeridoo Racing step up to the bat. Let's see if they can get around Carl. They must be running.
He came up there quick.
Yeah, I don't know where this guy came from, but he's definitely sounding the didgeridoo. You can hear it in the background as he's trying to run him down. I wish I had a didgeridoo. I'd totally play that right now.
But no, that 87 series or whatever is, I think it. Oh, we got a challenge.
Yeah, we got a pass on the
Carl
inside.
I think Carl is just gonna let him have it.
Yeah,
Long
I'm
race.
looking at their lap times right now. Carl's been throwing down a consistent 209.623, and that guy had a 209.073. He just had a late start, or a bad qual, and then just came in and ran down the field. I think he might have been a sleeper in the sense of he hanging back in the back of the pack to avoid accidents.
He was kind of stuck in that pack.
Yeah, and same thing with that.
Didn't really go anywhere.
So we have a couple drivers up in the front that are running around the same speeds as Carl, and then there's like four or five. Yeah, there's four of them that are all in the holy shit. There's a 207.104.
Yeah.
Damn. So we're probably gonna see two more drivers try and run Carl down as we stretch out. But that's fine. You want to stay in that top 10 area. That's perfect place to be. I still think these guys are going to beat them on pit strategy. So where these guys are faster now, the way I've known you core drivers to run is you guys like to run long runs and really work on pit strategy, especially if you have Michael Campbell sitting in the booth, or sitting in the crew seat. That guy runs the numbers. I've never seen someone more prepared for anything than Michael Campbell. That guy, I'd give him I'd be like, hey, can you help me with a broadcast? That guy comes in with like pages of notes. He's like, I've done my homework, and I'm like, you're making me look bad, man.
Do more than I do, dude. Go.
No, that's why I love him in the booth. He's really, really fun to learn from. I think he's a journalist by nature, but his method of commentary and the way he does his work is something to really kind of put up on a goalpost of what to shoot for. So eventually I'll get there, but it's always a blast. The energy and definitely just the knowledge. Ooh.
I don't know Campbell that much, but from kind of what I gathered, he's a very intelligent person.
Yeah.
And he knows his stuff. So.
Well, you've got to race against him a couple times. He's fun to race against.
He is.
Especially for road courses.
Road courses, I haven't seen him. He's been way too far ahead of me. So kind of back and watching broadcasts about
when he swaps seats
good
with
as
Carl.
I can see.
When he swaps seats with Carl, look at their times. Watch. One thing I can point out about Campbell, he only deviates by like 200ths. He's usually on point every single time. He's a very rhythmic driver.
Right.
So. And I think someone that might be faster than Nick Nickerson is Bryson Clark on road.
Ooh.
Yeah, Carl's already dropped another second. His tires are worn.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I think that's what's going on right now. So I don't know if they're either that or it's fuel. He's loose. He's lightening up too much on the rear end. When he hits the pits, we'll bring him in. we'll bring him in and talk.
Yeah, I definitely want to hear what he has to say because it really looks like he's got a handful going.
Yeah, no, definitely don't want to pop him and spook him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a cockpit view so you guys can see what exactly is happening on the track, because it's a little hard to describe from this third-person view. You sometimes need to see it from inside the car to really understand how beautiful of a track this is. Also, we drive on the wrong side of the car, since we are in Australia. For anyone out there that doesn't know.
That is the biggest part.
Ford Mustang with a right-handed wheel. That bugs me so much.
I know.
I don't get how these guys shift with left hand. That's always like confused me.
I mean, they're used to it.
Dude, I'd be the worst if I got stuck in a left-handed stick shift. It'd be so bad.
I'd be like reaching out the door, and yeah, that would be. That'd take a lot to get used to.
Loose is fast with Carl handwork, dude. He's having to correct every single corner.
Yeah, he really is.
Oh, he used that back end to set himself for the second corner. That's cool. Ooh. Dude, I'm nervous just sitting in here. Could you imagine being a passenger and be like, oh, God.
So I've been running the chase view this whole time, and it is
oh, my gosh. Oh,
how far out his rear end's getting. Yeah, the car is super
loose.
Super loose.
Yeah. Dude, if I was sitting in the passenger seat like I am right now in real life, it'd be like a roller coaster ride, hands down. That gave me like flashbacks to like going to Six Flags. That was awesome.
Well, have you seen that video of them taking Darrell Waltrip in one of these V8 supercars?
No.
The guy, oh my gosh, you need to watch it.
Okay.
It's pretty funny. He about crapped himself, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Carl.
God.
Come on, Carl.
He didn't hit anything, he's good.
Ooh.
Just got a little loose, no damage. The car's fine.
Yep.
That still sucks, but
That happens. We could see it coming around all those corners. He was so loose.
oh yeah, it was only a matter of time, to be honest.
I think it's time for tires and fuel. Gotta put some fuel in there. Wear down. Sucks.
Looks like they need a chassis adjustment too. Put some wedge in that sucker, 'cause it's tight or it's loose. Oh God.
Whoa. Take it easy, man. Yeah, he's off pace right now. You can see it.
You can see in his frustration coming out too.
He needs to hit the pits and cool off. That, or try and take a lap out. And that's, that watching the race at following a team is so much more dramatic than just kind of watching the race overall.
It really is.
Yeah, like my heart just dropped. I was like, oh man.
I mean, we're still sitting in P9.
Yeah, no, that's a good. No, we're P10.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so we've
Sorry,
dropped back
mine
to
had,
10th place. But
that's
the guy that passed him though is running almost a full second faster. So he was going to catch up anyways.
Car just doesn't look stable right now.
That or Carl was just really trying to push it to make sure this guy couldn't catch him. and he needs to just get back on pace. But here we go. What's he going to decide to do? No pits. He thinks he can run him down. Gave himself a goalpost to shoot after. Look at that. Oh, it's funny. Little off topic, but fun. I put my my nephew in the racing sim and let him drive Skip Barbers around. Kid's not too bad. We had him at running ovals and lanyards. It was pretty fun to see him do that.
Give him these series.
Yeah, I gotta get him a computer and a racing wheel first. Plus, he's pretty young. I don't think you want someone that's in elementary school racing with you guys.
I mean, look at Owens. He's almost there. He's what,
He's
13?
almost there. Owens, you're still late with us. Sorry.
Just kidding, buddy. Just kidding.
I thought Owens was in high school.
He is. He's like 15, 14, something
Yeah.
like that. I don't know. I don't want somebody to come out here and kick my butt whenever they're not even a teenager.
Right? That's not right. I can't have that. I don't approve of this.
But no, seriously.
I'll probably have him run some more laps and have my brother come over and let him have some fun racing. It was cool to see him like figure out like he doesn't know what like entirely like why he has to shift. So
Right.
like having to like figure out like, okay, now I need to shift because my RPMs are maxed out instead of like, because you know kids are used to you just press the go button and you go,
Right.
you know, not having to shift. It was kind of fun. So like my brother's way better at driving and racing than I am when it comes to just natural talent, and he's been playing Gran Turismo since it first came out. Like he's always been a huge racing fan, and to be able to beat him the first time on tracks, like have a better run than him the first time I touch a car, is so much better. But but it's pretty awful. I was running laps and I was throwing out like a 16.5 or something like that at one of the tracks. And he throws down like a 16, you know, like 5.5 after he gets the handle of it, and then he's like 16.53, 16.51, or sorry, it was a 16.3, 16.1, and then a 16 flat. And I was like, "Oh, you asshole!" Oops. Oh, sorry about that, folks. That was my bad. But it was just like it's like, oh, there it is. Once he finds the rhythm, he just, you know, he works out the track. But that's one thing that I'm amazed by, that what you guys can do is you guys find the rhythm and then work it out. For me, I have to do kind of what Paul does. Like if I really wanted to be good at it, I'd have to put in like 8 hours plus on one track just to kind of figure out everything.
Well, see, whenever I know in the 87 cars, I don't start out strong. From like the midweek practices to the race, the end of the race is like completely, totally different.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm so far off, clear up until like qualifying, and then during the race or whatever, I start to pick it up and everything. Yeah. It's just one of those learning things. You just keep getting faster and you learn the track and all that stuff.
No, I agree with you. That's one thing. iRacing, I think, is a little bit different than in the sense of real life. Is you can get drivers that just pop on the track and kind of race off natural talent, instead of putting down the time. Look at that, Carl running down the Holden number 99 of Old Bull Racing. Yeah, no, he's catching him actually.
Oh, we got a little loose there.
The gap is shortening up. That guy doesn't drive well under pressure.
No, he really did.
That's also another thing. Like I think across all sports, I've been able to see.
Ooh.
Yeah, I saw that scrape the wall. I've been able to see a lot of like sports is a little bit of a mind game, especially when you get towards like the more experienced gameplay in the sense of experienced sports of like amateur to professional drivers. You really take another step on how you have to approach things and how you like pretty much you can mess with people because you've gotten yourself out of the head game and now you're into the area of okay, these are the chips I have on the board. How do I use them to my best advantage? And like from my background in paintball, like it's like 70% practice and shooting your lanes and knowing a play that you down pat and like working with the teammates, and then there's like that 20% of just learning how to mess with people and how to get people to do specific things out on the field. So like you need to push a guy to the side of the bunker so your guy across the field can shoot him, and you have to time that. So like you learn a little bit of a mind game and how to either bait someone to come shoot you or push someone to someone else. And that's what I've been able to pick up on racing is you can kind of do the same thing, but it's more of putting pressure in the right spots to make these guys make mistakes out on the track. So like whether it's just really holding a tight line behind the guy so he's constantly in his mirror and he forgets to hit a braking point properly and he overshoots, or it's getting a little side to side with the guy, showing him that you're going to pass him but you're not, and he's trying to go faster every single time to get away from you. It's just
basically.
It's just fun stuff.
It's you can really do it in a race car. It don't matter what kind of car it is. You can. It's kind of like Carl's doing now, staying in that guy's mirror, making him make a mistake, making him overdrive that car.
Yeah.
And the closer and closer you get to that guy's rear bumper, the more he's going to be watching out for you, and the more he's going to be scared to let you pass him, I guess, if you want to call it that. And that's kind of what Carl's doing now. He's really putting the pressure on, and that guy's overdriving the corners and getting a little...
Yeah. You can see it every corner. He's just taking a little too hard. He's trying to push the billet, and it's slowing him up. Sorry about that. But his back end is really, really loose right now. You can see it kind of kicking out.
He's definitely overdriving the corner. He is slamming on the brakes going in there.
Yup. All right, I'm about to top off on my coffee. I'll be right back. Wes, you got the mic.
Oh boy. Carl looks like he's gaining on him in this corner. He's really putting the pressure on. I'm just waiting for that car ahead of him to make a mistake. I know for sure Carl's got a good line going. I think he kind of calmed down just a little bit, and he's laying some pretty decent lap times down. Those cars look so cool. Oh, that guy kind of... Oh, I thought he was going to hit the wall. Come off that corner. Back end kind of stepped out a little bit on Carl's car. This section of the track is just crazy how windy it is and how close it is. I mean, if you make a mistake, you're done. That's nuts. This is a lot of fun to watch. I've never been introduced to this track before until like now. So to watch these guys do what they do and then like almost to perfection is just amazing. I'm looking forward to kind of watching some of these other guys get out here and see what they can do. I've watched Carl a lot, but some of these other guys I haven't quite seen.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh man, he's closed the gap some more.
He is.
Anything happen out there?
No, not really. He just kind of one corner he'll gain on him, another corner he'll kind of fall back just a little bit. That Holden kind of, I thought he was gonna smack the wall. He jumped the cushion or jumped the rumble strip, come off the corner.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it. This is the craziest part in this whole track right here. Oh,
Oh my gosh! Oh! Get some!
All that
my
hard
God.
work and
Dude,
pushing it.
I switched
Really got
I switched over to the roll bar view, and I just see him going sideways, and I'm like, oh no, he's gonna go into him! Oh, that was awesome.
He definitely felt the pressure and finally
Yeah, he
succumbed
slept.
to it, I guess.
He let it loose.
Good God, Carl.
Oh, that guy regained on him. Look at that. That guy's only like 2 seconds behind him. Wow. Good recovery.
I think the car looks a little bit loose through that little section right there.
Yeah.
So I think Carl's kind of backing up his corners and really taking it easy through there. He's still quick, but I don't think the car is driving probably as well as they would like it to. I think just kind of trying to save it, not do anything crazy.
Yeah, I know they were
guess.
talking about trying to tighten it up a little bit, and it looks like they weren't able to figure out how to do that. So they kind of just got to roll with the way it is.
I think here within like the next 30 minutes, you could probably see a driver change. I think they were talking about doing like every 2 hours or something like that. Or doing
Yeah, go ahead.
like a double stint.
Oh, I know it's about a 6-hour race. So they might swap soon. We're technically at an hour and 20 minutes for the broadcast overall. And so I think we might find them, slapping the wall and then going for another one. The number 99 is on a roll tonight. Whew, that's a close corner.
Yeah, he's pushing it.
He is. And that's another thing. These long endurance races, it's a rhythm. It's a rhythm.
Oh yeah, for
And-
sure.
I don't know how these guys do that. Just point in and point out every single time. I guess if you drive as much as they have, it's natural. But it's still like one of those things where it's amazing to watch. Like hit the same mark over and
Well, you
over
gotta get
and
that
over
muscle
again.
memory
Yeah.
going. And once you get that muscle memory going, and you get that long run, then it's like monotonous. You just kind of do the same thing over and over and over, and especially when you're run by yourself.
Yeah.
If you're pushing, obviously you gotta change it up, but it's just get that muscle memory, get that get that rhythm going, and then whenever the car starts to kind of slip up or whatever, then I mean that's just the hardest. That's the coolest part about racing. It's never the same thing every lap, every corner, every
Yeah, because you're always slightly
straightaway.
off.
It's something is you still get that rhythm down or whatever, but it's never the same thing.
Yeah. And every time we say rhythm, I just keep thinking of I keep thinking of Cool Runnings. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. It's bobsled time. I just keep saying that in my head. I'm like, ah.
That's funny you said that. We were just talking about that yesterday.
Oh, really? It's such a good movie. There we go. Ooh.
Oh, Carl got real close though.
Yeah, he could have reached out and touched it. Put a Sharpie in your hand and draw a line.
Right. Here, let me sign the wall. That corner sneaks up on you.
Yeah, it does. It's funny, is speaking of kind of from the commentary side of things or broadcasting side, being able to watch you guys race from a third person and seeing, like, it has really changed my enjoyment of racing from, like, I could watch it, but I couldn't get into it, to where I'm, like, full on into watching just races, even real life races. Like, I love watching them now because I've been able to I've been able to pick out things that I usually am able to pick out in iRacing. So, like, if we're watching, say, Carl drive right now, and, you know, say he takes the same corner, but 3 out of 4 times his back end wiggles or something like that. Just the little nuances you start picking up of, like, the tire placement, the car, like the back end wiggling.
Oh, look like they're pitting.
We'll hold on that conversation, and once they hit the pits, we'll pull in, or we'll hop down to race chat. Hey Wes, I'm gonna push you down there.
Okay.
Can you let them know that I'm gonna come down with a hot mic?
Yep.
All right, and I'm gonna push you in 3, 2, 1. I'll wait for him to hit his pit stall. All right.
13 seconds of repair. Do you think I should take it? Might as well.
Might as well.
Well, shit, it's
Carl.
taking it, and I'm not even done with the pit stop. I'm going out for another stint, buddy. What's up?
All right, how you doing out there?
Not too bad. Clean first stint, so I'll take it. You know, just kind of avoiding the wrecks and trying to be aggressive where I can and be easy where I can't.
What do you think was causing your back end to kind of slip on you a little bit?
Track is heating up like a mofo, and after about like maybe 3-4 laps, these tires get a little angry. So so it's just kind of maintaining pace from there.
Got it. How much time do you have? Oh, you're out. All right. Good luck, man.
Thanks, buddy.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. In and out of the pits like a bat out of hell. Carl handwork. It looks like just tires get hot and you got to deal with it.
Yeah, you could definitely tell those tires weren't lasting, or it didn't take much to heat them up and get them ticked off.
Yeah.
His rear end was sliding all over the place.
Looks like he's just gonna have to drive like that and deal with it.
I mean, yeah, just kind of. This is setup they got. Just kind of do the best they can with it.
Yeah, and that's another thing as a driver is you have to. Sometimes you don't have the perfect setup. You have to just adapt. You know, like there's no perfect situation in any sport, and a lot of it is just adaptation to whatever you know, whatever life gives you. And that's you know, you got to learn to bounce back from accidents. You got to learn how to just, you know, be positive in a mindset so that, you know, you yourself aren't, you know, beating yourself up because, you know, you're upset about whatever happens out on the track. And that's one thing I like about, you know, some of these drivers out here is you guys usually have a pretty positive mindset when it comes to everything. It's not woe is me or you know, this person did something bad. It's more of a time, like, it's more of a, okay, how do we fix this and keep going.
Right.
That's something you learn with time too. So, you know, newer drivers, you're gonna see that where they're a little more harder on themselves, or they're more angry at other people. Look at that send into the inside.
Oh, it's a good pass.
Woo-wee. Fresh tires, another spot gained. Well, we did drop back to 15th with that pit stop, but oh, he's in the pits. He's like, I don't like that, man. That guy's a little fast. He had to go into Mama and be like, I need tires. Just kidding.
I'm kind of curious what he's gonna come out at.
Oh, we're at 8th now. So he went from 15th to 8th. And oh, the old bull is behind him. Richard Appleby, the man that gets loose. Man, dude, that scared me. When he went sideways, I thought he was gonna clip Carl.
I did too.
Because those corners are so tight.
What really got me was whenever them two cars made contact and come down.
Yeah. Ooh, that's another scary one. Because you're like, oh, can I squeeze through here?
I thought that second car was gonna slide down and hit him.
Yeah. Luckily, we've been seeing these accidents where instead of them bouncing off, they've been kind of pulling into each other and pushing towards the wall.
Carl's pushing it hard right now.
Well, let's see what his lap time is. So he last lap with fresh tires ran a 209.233, which is his fastest. He's running like 9.6s or in the 600s in the 209s. So we'll see what he does on this lap. If he can go a little faster, he needs to find some more speed if he really wants to gain a position. But if he doesn't find any speed, he's going to be able to hold 8th place, I think, pretty solid.
He's definitely catching those two cars ahead of him.
I'm trying to look at the gap right now.
Oh, one of them's bitten.
There we go. All right, as he crosses the finish, what? Oh, no, come on, man.
Same thing. Same spot.
Gotta hit that braking point.
He's getting a little too hard on the gas coming off that corner.
He just wants to be fast.
I mean, we're race car drivers. We well want to go fast.
Right.
That's all right, though. I don't think he...
No, he didn't lose anything other than
He
a guy catching
lost
up to him a tad
time.
bit. Yeah,
He lost a little bit of time, but
that's fine.
there's still like 6 hours left in this race, so there's a lot that can happen.
That is correct. You just need to get those tires a little extra sticky for the third lap. Just need to slide it out a tad bit.
So the last time that I started on a broadcast with you, they made it a lap.
Yeah.
This time it's a lot better.
Oh, you were the one. I reminded myself, don't bring that guy back in. He cursed it.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm just messing with you. No. Yeah, no, that Michael Campbell started it, and so there's actually something happened to the car that wasn't shown on the car's, like the actual car's model. So when Michael Campbell went sideways, he got T-boned at almost full speed, which we didn't catch. So that's what happened, is he had irreparable damage to his engine that just the amount of repair time just to get it going and also the damage to the car was too much. Even though it showed like he had a little bit of a wall contact, but it was like nothing. It looked like a fender was bent. That was about it.
Yeah.
No, he had like bought like huge amounts of damage to the body that, well, I think it was like 45 minutes of repair or something like that.
Yeah,
like something just
really
ridiculous. So like a lot of damage, and yeah, no, because Carl made the same mistake that the second time around, because I broadcasted our second attempt the next day in the morning, and Carl did the same thing, but he slapped the wall, and he kept going. He's like, everything's fine. And I was like, seriously? He said, I'm just gonna keep going with and keep running as fast as I can. And then we talked about it. He's like, yeah, we watched it, and he's like, yeah, Mike got T-boned coming around that corner, and the car didn't show it, so it looked like it was fine. Because he saw him get caught up. The guy went sideways and like drove him, but apparently it counted as like a full speed hit, and it just trashed the car. So, ooh, a little bit of contact there on the wall.
That was so close. You couldn't freaking put a piece of paper right there.
Yeah, I know. But hey, that happens.
He's definitely running the crap out of the car. Whoa.
You're right. You're like, oh god. Here, let's give everyone what it feels like to be nervous.
This is so much fun to watch. Like, I suck at road courses. I hate them. I think they're worthless. But
I love watching them.
For somebody else to do it who knows what the hell they're doing, this is a lot of fun.
It is. I want to learn how to drive like this.
I don't have enough patience for that.
Well, I've been trying to teach myself to be more of a heads-up driver, so like not in the rhythm, but at least for when I do courses, I don't really spend as much time as I'd love to. I kind of do it just to like understand how the car feels, and if someone was to make an amateur mistake, this is what it would happen, and this is what I can talk about for like broadcasts. But my favorite track to drive, and the car that I put on it, is the IR18 at the Nürburgring on the 24-hour circuit. And the reason I drive that is because I can't memorize the track well enough. And so it's a lot of just me driving heads up and having to use reflexes and really working on like dynamic braking points instead of like memorizing, okay, I brake here, okay, I brake here. So instead of being muscle memory, it's more of like being able to react on the fly and have a little more well-rounded driving than just being, like hitting your marks every single time. So if I do come to a track, I can at least handle it the first time I touch it instead of like really being all over the place.
Right.
Oh man, that back end. There she goes. They took that wall a little more careful this time.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like signing it. One thing that's really crazy, if you look at his speed right now, he's literally rolling through these corners at 125 miles an hour.
Oh, I know. I've watched.
Yeah, I would be scared to take that car down this track this fast. The slowest point I've seen him get to is right here, which is like 60.
Right.
50, then back up. Like, yeah, slowest was like 58. That's insane.
These cars handle so well. They're like a Indy car.
The downforce on them is amazing.
Like an Indy car with a NASCAR body.
Right. Carl is sitting in 7th place right now. We started in 10th, and we've gained some, lost some, watched some people spun ourselves, and still back on the track fighting for it.
He's doing a pretty good job right now. He's just kind of... I don't think he's as slideways as he was.
Did you say slideways?
I did. That's a Darrell Walter term, but it works. I'm a NASCAR guy, so... Hey, give me a break. This is new to me. This is like...
I like it.
I don't know.
Well,
but...
do you like my new term, the 87 shuffle? Because you guys do that a lot. You know that, right? You guys hit the straight, and you all fan out.
Oh, yeah.
It's I call it... Because I'm like, you guys literally look like you're shuffling a deck of cards. It's funny, because like, if there's a guy of like a five pack of guys coming around out of that corner, you hit the straight, and every single one of you just goes, whew, spreads out, looks for a position to take, and tries to get a run on the other guy. It's pretty awesome.
You're gonna see a lot of that this weekend or on Monday.
Right?
It's gonna 3, 4, 5, possibly 6 wide. Don't put it past us. There is no yellow line rule in these 87 cars or 87 series.
Yep.
So if I want to pass all the way to the inside wall and the back straightaway, it's gonna happen. Oh, he's in.
I looked like
That's
he was
a good-
going. It looked like he was going too fast in that corner, but good recovery.
Oh yeah.
Another thing that's nice about these cars is, or I guess what I've learned about just racing in general, if you start to feel yourself go off course, just lift. Let your weight carry you through. Don't have any power going to those wheels because you're not going to be able to recover at any point. But if you have no power going, you can use a little bit of the downforce and the weight of the car to get yourself back on the track.
Well, it's almost like a fine line. You gotta let out, and if you use too much brake,
Oh, I don't usually put brake on there. I'll let it roll.
Oh, I do.
Because I don't like breaking the friction between the ground and the tires. The moment you break the friction, you brake or give it too much gas, you might as well just send it to the wall. If you keep the tires rolling, you have at least in my opinion, you have a better chance of maybe recovering it and pushing yourself back onto the race line.
Yeah, probably. Usually whenever I get off in one of these things, it's a mad moment, and I just do whatever to get back up on track. But no, watching somebody know what they're doing on one of these road courses, it's like art. And me, I know myself, I can't draw worth a crap, so I suck at this art. And just to watch somebody it's crazy, man. Like, especially down through here, as close as they get right there, as close as they get to that wall, and not even think twice about it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's their line. That's crazy. And run, kind of like you said, run through there 125, 130 mile an hour. That's
the thing that always gets me. I'm like, oh, he's doing pretty fast. And then I look at the speed. I'm like, he's doing 125 up that hill. I'm like, oh, that's a different story. That's not fast. You're flying up the hill.
An inch from the wall.
Yeah. There he goes again. Inches from the wall. Jesus. And they, like you're saying, they kind of drive a little bit like Indy cars, where the downforce is what you really use. And that's one thing I had to learn a lot with Indy, is you just have to know fast is going to get you to stick. Unless it's a really, sharp corner, most of the time you can do it at like 100 miles an hour plus. You don't really need to slow down that much.
It seems like these things are stuck to the ground pretty good. By like an Indy car. It has that turning ratio about like an Indy car. Like, you can really snap it around. It don't have, like I said, I'm a NASCAR guy. I'm a big old heavy stock car person. It has more of a, it don't have that heavy turning like a stock car does.
Yeah.
It's basically like an Indy car, I think, with just kind of a race car body or a NASCAR body.
I think maybe Sunday I'll put up a race before the broadcast, and we'll see what these guys had to do. Because I'm kind of curious. I didn't get any track time, and I wish I would have gotten some, but I was just busy.
I thought about doing a test drive just to see, but
yeah. Oh, hey, Eric, come join us in the booth, man. If you got time, for conversation for a couple minutes, or if you're having morning coffee, just come hang out. Don't mind the company. Oh, look, we're in 6 now. Someone had to hit the pits.
All that.
This is where endurance races it's all about staying alive and beating people on their pit stops. And that's something I've always seen these guys do, is they, and I think core reinforces that, really, is finishing the race, staying alive in the race, don't take yourself out, and then playing the game, which is strategy, You're not fast. Isn't always going to win you the race. What's going to win you the race is using every little advantage you could find out on the track and capitalizing on it. Whether it's short pitting someone and getting ahead of them before caution, or anything, just kind of working yourself out ahead and having the proper tire set.
He's gaining on those guys ahead of him too.
I know. I think those guys they might have driver swapped too. So that's another thing. Is some people might have already swapped drivers since we're about an hour in, and driver swaps take about 30 seconds. So that's another 30 seconds on your pit time to swap drivers. And if you're swapping drivers a lot, you're really, really having an issue on the track. You should not be doing that.
Well, that's the thing with core is I think they're running double stint, like maybe every 2 hours. So
it's the rough, yeah. So that you add up 2 minutes.
Time right there. Yeah, exactly.
So if someone has a team of 6, that's roughly 3 minutes on the clock that you're taking from you. So you have to be careful on how many drivers you want, but you also don't want to wear out your drivers. So it's.
I mean, 2 hour stints ain't bad.
No.
That's basically what a race would be. Sorry, I keep going back to the little NASCAR stuff.
No, but it's also a little bit about.
I am a NASCAR guy because I know these road courses that are a little bit harder and wear and tear. You're constantly doing something.
Yeah.
But,
oh, back in, stepping out.
He's fine. That was a little loose is fast.
He was trying to keep us on our toes. Make sure we're still watching.
Let out. I don't think he let out. He just kind of drove through it.
Sorry, back to what you're saying.
I forgot what I was saying.
Another thing to kind of chime in on that same note is these guys also have something that maybe we're not really used to in single driving, which is team driving. You have a guy in your ear now giving you a heads up on the track, talking to you when you need help or to calm down, giving you you have that spotter there with you, which is so important to keep you on pace and to keep you your mindset in the game and to talk you down sometimes out of stuff like, hey man, calm down, just take it easy. Right. But looks like the number 13 is on the chopping block. Is Carl Handwer gonna be able to pass him? Oh, 13 gives him away. What a nice guy.
I mean, he's a lap down, or not on the same lap as Carl, so he probably just thought, hey, why race somebody whenever he's way faster, which is smart.
Yeah, I'm gonna send that guy flowers. that was Mito Rodriguez. Good job on you. Hats off, man. That's nice driving,
Carl. He's definitely pushing it coming out of that corner. He needs to kind of figure out where the happy medium of where the throttle should be right there.
That corner,
he gets loose every corner.
It's downfall. He just wants to go. He wants to go in fast.
Or something. Yeah,
he just wants to go fast. But we're sitting in P5 right now.
Oh, too hard.
That's okay. Ride the wall a little bit.
I don't think he lost much time though. So
no, he didn't.
Because I think he still gained on that car ahead of him.
Did he make contact or did he overshoot? Oh, he just overshot. He didn't make contact.
Overshot it.
Yeah. He's really trying to catch the guy in front of him.
Honestly, though, I don't see the rear end kicking out as much, and we've got a few laps on the tires. It almost looks like he's a little bit tight now.
Oh, hey, dude. These guys did driver swaps. I'm looking at their pit. Well, no, they didn't. They just had really bad pit stops. So the lead team had a 45-second pit stop. Only one person had a faster pit stop than us, and it was the number 16 Prototype Racing, who's in 19th place. We ran a 43.4 for our pit stop. Everyone else was 44s or higher. So we gained an extra second on our pit. That's important.
Yes, very much. Oh no, those guys made driver swaps. You never know how many people.
I think you're right. They never swapped. It's just their lap times are much slower now. Well, not too much, I guess. I'm looking at the guys in front, and they're like still at 209s. But the two guys in front of Carl are 211s and 212s last lap.
Oh,
Carl, come on, man.
Man.
You just take that corner a tad bit easier, please. For me, you're hurting my heart.
So lap 28, he ran his fastest lap. That is pretty impressive.
Ooh, I see that. Yeah. That was on the fresh tires, I think.
I think he had like 4 or 5 laps on tires. So
That's the sweet spot.
yeah, that's just whenever they start to heat up, and I think now it's kind of like I said. I don't think he's really loose as he was.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
is definitely.
He's pushing, but that uphill section looks a lot cleaner.
Yeah,
it's just
it definitely does.
that last corner.
Looks more stable. That last
as
corner
he starts to wobble around.
Yeah, right.
I just saw that uphill.
All that.
But yeah, no, I think you're right. I think he's getting that rhythm a lot better. And if we're looking at his braking points, have changed just a tad bit. Sorry, everyone. Morning yawns. But no, they're pretty on point. And he's running that guy down.
Quick too. I think he's gotten a lot better through these tight little sections right here. I know at the beginning of the race it looked a little sketchy, but right now I think he's finally hitting his stride down through there. He's been good all throughout the other, or certain points at the other racetrack, but I think through that little tight section, I think he was losing a little bit of time, and I don't think he's losing as much.
Here it is. What's gonna happen? The corner of doom.
He's catching these guys quick. Like,
yeah, he's pushing it though. Oh, there we go. A little bit better. We'll do another in-car lap. Ooh, that guy slapped the wall. Did he, or did he just wiggle? Couldn't
I don't
tell.
know.
Looked like
He
a
got
wall
close.
slap, but he like wiggled away from the wall. God, this is like a roller coaster ride. I love it.
you get that gyro cam or whatever, and it's like crazy.
I wish I was on the gyro. I don't. I'm on the roll bar one without gyro. Let's do the gyro. You good.
Pretty cool.
Good
I'm
call
watching
there,
that right
my
now.
dude. Look at the body roll. Jesus.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, these guys are flying a fighter jet on the ground. As that guy rubs the wall. Oh my god, that corner's gonna get tight.
That was tight. That was real close.
Good reactive driving by Carl Handwerk there. Another one bites the dust. Oh, man, I need that queued up on a thing so I can play it.
You do.
That's
You need a playlist for your.
I need a soundboard so I can start
Yeah,
pressing
there
stuff.
you go.
Or I need not a soundboard, a MIDI board. I haven't set one of those up yet. I just have to take the time to do it, and I just don't want to learn. I got too many other things in my pocket that I'm trying to figure out. But a MIDI
Right.
board would be so much fun to have. Like just so I could have like funny sounds to play while you guys are driving, like wah 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 when someone spins out. Or
I mean, that would have been good right there. Oh, holy crap!
yeah,
I just watched the replay, and that was close.
yeah, it was. Or
Well, hi. How's it going, buddy?
Hello, boys.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Eric Andrews coming up here and joining us.
good morning, Eric.
Good morning, gentlemen.
I'm gonna turn your mic up a tad bit. Oh, never mind. You're on full. Let me drop West, and then I'll turn up my overall.
Oh, thanks.
All right, give me a mic check. Starting off with Wes.
Yep.
One more time.
You got
Eric,
Yes, sir.
Wes.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Good deal. Yeah, I got a few minutes to hop on here. Thought I'd watch the broadcast while I'm out doing some yard work. Figured I'd come in and take a little break. And
Always
Get on.
welcome.
Carl doing an impressive job to see in sixth place. Like I heard you guys talking earlier, and the patience and the focus that this takes to do this is just beyond my limits. That's for sure.
Yes.
I'd be wearing out the walls for
The
sure.
right side of the car, it looked like I was on steroids or something.
Yeah, and these are
catch up.
not a very wide track at all, and not a lot of room for error. Like I said, what these guys do is just impressive.
Yeah, it's so much fun watching these. And Carl Handwerk looks like he's coming in for a pass. Gives him a nose, maybe. Oh, the guy gets loose on the corner on the entrance, locks up the brakes, and Carl is around him, and we have gained another position. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10 is behind us. Oh, he wants it back. Look at that. He's looking to the inside. Did Carl give him a nose? It doesn't look like he has any damage.
He gave him a bumper run.
Get it.
I'm sure that 10's a little ticked off right now.
He had a bad breaking point.
Was really slow, and Carl had basically nowhere to go.
Well,
So
oh, Carl's gonna let him pass? No. Interesting. Okay. Carl just hugged the left. Well, if he needs to get any damage repaired, you can always go to Mission Car Care. It's on the back of the wing there. You can see it. So, ooh, that 10 is trying to run him down. Look at that. Do you see his back end kick out?
both of them stepped out.
Yeah. Wow. Point for point, slapping the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a battle on our hands between the 10 and the 15 of Carl Handwerk. Tempers have risen.
Yeah, and this early in a race, I mean, when you're a racer, you don't like to just roll over and let them go. But a situation with a long race like this, you really got to be cautious because, like I said, we're only an hour and a half into this maybe, and
Yeah,
you really
38 laps.
So I mean, you really gotta be cautious because someone like that could ruin a whole day.
Yep. And the most important thing with these endurance races is the car. Your car has to be in good shape the whole race. You can't have damage just here and there. Every little dent and ding takes time off your laps and slows you down.
No fast repairs in this one, boys.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Carl's car looked pretty dang clean, though. I don't think it'll.
They did 13 seconds of repair last time last time they went to the pits. No, I think that was
that's
just
nothing.
a new paint job. 'Cause it looks
Carl might have had to change his pants a couple times too.
like, dude, I'd have rip-offs.
It depends.
Depends, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Your fire suit looks a little baggy down there. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it'll be like when you're coming in for a driver change. He'll be like, "And I'm gonna need a new uniform, guys. A new driver suit, please."
A mop, and a bucket, and maybe a vacuum too, please.
May or may not pull the Tony Stewart.
Oh man. But looks like the number 7 is running these guys down too. He's been working his way up there, even though their times are a little bit faster. He's starting to peek his head around the corner. Good old Martin Steinhilber. He's back. And he's ready for more.
Ooh.
Yeah, you saw that, right?
No.
Just went flying over that corner. A couple inches of air is all you need. Ooh. Who's up in front of him? Is that the number 1? Or is that a lap driver? Let's see if we can catch him.
That's fourth car. That's the number
Yeah,
1.
fourth place, yeah.
Yeah, he slapped the wall.
I said very easy to do with these things.
Especially in this section of the track.
Mm-hmm.
There's not much room.
Yeah, I have trouble remember what I did like on an oval course in 1 and 2 when I go back to it again, let alone go around a road course and remember what I did on the damn corner.
I'm pretty sure I turned left, but I just can't remember. Sorry, dude. Set yourself up for that one. That was awesome. But no, I get you. Hitting those same marks, it's so tough. It's funny is I'll throw a fast lap from myself and be like, oh shit, I didn't pay attention to where I was braking. Or like hitting the corner, and I was like, oh, that's probably why I went fast, because I wasn't paying attention. I just went with my gut feeling.
I mean, I was like that last vintage race when Carl was first. I started second, right behind, and he's just like, 1 more lap. And then, you would get done. He's just like, oh, crap. He goes, no, we got 1 more. And then your mindset goes to, crap, I was all set just to run 2 laps, and
yeah.
And then you had the third, and then I started mirror driving because I knew, Nick and Wes had a run on, coming on me on new tires and everything. And I just was like, started mirror driving, and that's when you lose your focus. And
Yep.
like I said, it's easy enough to do on an oval course, let alone do it on a road course like this.
Yeah, I agree with you, man.
Carl's coming flying up through there, and he's going to get that guy here before probably within the next lap or 2.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have prey in our sights. The number 1 is the target, and those are beautiful, beautiful trees. Yeah, he's been closing in on him like a second each lap.
Oh yeah, he's definitely faster.
That dude, that's the most one of the most nerve-wracking things when someone is slowly catching up to you. When someone catches up to you fast or pretty rapidly, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, they're faster. But when it's like that slow progressive, each lap they keep whittling you down, you just get upset because you're like, what am I doing wrong? What is wrong?
Right.
I usually know what's wrong. It's usually the guy that's driving. Just saying.
Yeah, I know.
Like right now, I'd be the 1 car, and Carl will reel me in. It's just like, how many laps can I hold him off for?
Right.
How wide can I make this car?
Right. Well, I know how wide I can turn it sideways right in front of him. I've done that before. Well.
Try and pass me now. Dude, look at that wheel pop and then into that corner. That was a clean entrance and exit by Carl. Probably one of the cleanest I've seen in a while.
Yeah, he needs to do that every lap because that was probably the fastest he went through there. Whoa, not right there, though.
That's the number 11.
He got a little sideways.
Tell Carl's getting a lot more. He's getting in a rhythm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, especially right through there where he's had nobody, multiple laps with nobody around, and he just hitting his marks.
This is it. He's not going to try and pass him on the top section. He's probably just going to put pressure, and then on that downhill, dude, it's open season. It's hunting time. He's got him. That 1 is so nervous right now.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He's shaking in his little boots. You can see it. He just went up on the green a little bit on that rumble. He might even go sideways.
So their stints, are they going off of time or are they going off of laps when they're switching drivers?
I think they're going off the time. I'm pretty sure. I think it's like every couple hours.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they were talking about the other day.
Yeah, if that's the case, though, like I said, the stream started 2 hours ago. We got to be getting close to driver change then?
Driver change should be in about 30 minutes. Should be, give or take. Probably next pit stop is a driver change.
Yeah.
Oh, and he goes for the overtake.
Ooh.
Oh, the guy's going to battle back with him. You dirty rat.
In a situation like that, I'm just kind of shocked at this early in a race that if you know somebody's faster is closed in on you like that. Why would you?
He's going to beat him on this corner. That guy's going to
Why-
overshoot.
Why would you just not roll over and let him go instead of battle right now? Because you're only hurting both of you guys at the moment.
This person's got an ego and a temper. You can see it.
Goes.
Get him.
Wow, we
Get him.
hung in pretty good on the outside.
Yeah.
Just
There's
get
a
him a little
drag
push.
race going down the straightaway.
This is where I'm a bad driver. I would have bumped him.
Carl's going a little side draft right there, and it seemed to be paying off.
Oh, God. Is the guy
He's-
going to push the issue?
braking.
Okay, good. I was about to say, if he pushes the issue into that corner, we're going to have some problems. I'm going to ring up his iRacing account.
He's hanging tough though.
Yeah, like I said, I'm shocked about battling. Like when Carl reeled him in,
Yeah.
and why all you're doing is allowing the guys behind you to catch up in a situation like this, and then you chance on, both of you damaging cars. So I'm surprised did he put up that much of a fight?
Yeah.
But like I said, that's that racer mentality.
Oh,
Oh.
Carl got in the wall right there.
That's okay. That wall just was a nice bouncing point to get back on the track.
That was like the slickest wall hit ever.
Yeah. That didn't look like it did any damage, but it...
It's definitely not the 87 cars, huh?
Oh my god.
Those
That's
things
the
are like
87.
grip tape. They touch the wall and they just catch. They're like...
That's an 87 car. It would have been flipping up in the air, causing 10 car pile up, and probably shot
come on,
down
Carl,
in the
get your
pits.
shit together.
I think that little bit of right side damage is.
Yeah.
I can see the skirt and all that's a little messed up on it. Looks like it might have. I'm sure it's probably changed the handling a little bit. It's a little pushed in there around behind the right front tire too.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be more than 10 seconds repair.
That's fine.
And that
You
also
got
makes
whole-
it interesting when you get the guys, the guys running the car behind you, and it's got that little bit of damage and different of the handling on how it can be, and to adapt to that because it will change the handling a little bit compared to what you practice with.
What I think might happen though is the 7-on-1 are pretty tough competitors in the sense of they don't like people passing them. Those guys actually might battle it out and get into an accident.
That one guy a little loose coming off that corner.
He's been doing that. This next corner he'll do the same thing. He's loose on the uphill. So like I said, if he battles it out with the 7, I think those guys are gonna get into it pretty heavily. He's just too loose. Like right here again. You'll see his back end step. Oh.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, the 7 goes for a pass. Is he gonna let him through? Wow, that was ballsy.
I don't think he's going to him have it easy, though.
No.
He's fighting back.
The 7 is just trying to stay away. Nope. Good old wall slap.
Carl's like, let those guys battle.
Yeah.
No kidding. Let me get some gap on these guys.
It's like, thank you. Let's check out for a little bit. Guys, we're one position away from being constantly on the leaderboards. That's awesome. From 10th from 10th position to 4th.
So who has the second stint on the
Michael Campbell,
Campbell? Okay.
the anchor. And I think, what time did we pit last time? Lap, what, 25? Or was it lap, was it 30? So we're looking like we're getting into that time range of pitting. Everyone's, oh gosh.
That was a nice little
Recovery.
save.
The 7's gonna go for a pass.
It looked like he pitted around lap 24.
7 takes to the inside. Clean pass. He's lost that speed on the corner. Bummer. Yes, then we should be
last
soon.
Didn't help though on that corner with that car already off the track too. I mean, that puts it in your mind as far as him coming back on the track, and it also does kick up a little bit of dirt and stuff that up on the track and makes it a little slicker too. So.
Yep. I think we're going to see a battle for 4th right now. In the sense, or all 3 of these guys going at it. Actually, it might just be who can pit faster.
Yeah, this is one of these situations you take time to fix. How long do you take to fix the car, and how much time you put in. And I guess it all depends on the feedback on how Carl feels the car's handling, and if they want to take the time right now to fix it.
It looks like it's handling fine, but that could just be him really overcompensating. That 7's got some speed behind him, but I want to say, holy shit. Yeah, that 7's running in the 209s.
Oh, there's a bump right there. A 7. He's not going to waste any time getting right on a lapper.
Mm-mm. Well, that might be his downfall, too. You got to be careful.
Oh, yeah. That's going to allow Carl to catch in.
Yeah, there he goes. Come on, Carl, get around him, too. 2 for 1. Let's go.
There you go, there you go. Maybe not the best entry into the corner, but at least he's around him.
That's all that matters. Let's get around him and put some distance between him and the 1. Especially if you're going into that uphill section, you want that one off your back.
Oh, yeah.
Like the one's like, let me go. I gotta catch him. Flashed his lights.
Oh, Kevin Foster wanted his shout out. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, I didn't. I switched off my the YouTube for a second.
Kevin, get up in the booth. You can come shout out yourself. Come on, man. All right, we'll do a quick shout out for all of our sponsors that are on the vehicle. So, Kevin Foster, this one's for you. We'll start off with Mission Car Care. I'd like to thank them for their Premier Series sponsorship. Also, Your Buying Machine, TechNet Professionals, Southern Heart Creations, always one of the painless creators out there, Joka Graphics, and for our broadcast, Death Moose Media. So if you don't like it, it's okay. I enjoy it. And then for our broadcast sponsors, Critical Hit Bachelors and Southern California's Nautilus Media Systems. And so now we're back live. But seriously, Kevin, hop in the booth. If you got 2 minutes, I don't mind. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 3 laps away, probably from a driver swap. Didgeridoo Racing trying to catch up to Carl, but he is just slow. Carl reeling in the number 7 with a little bit of a sideways, oh my gosh, driving.
Did you need to change your pants too?
Yeah.
It sounds
I
like
think I just
it.
wet myself. So, ooh. I put a bedpan under me.
Nice.
If you hear the mic go silent for a split second, that's me changing myself. Oh.
His new sponsor is going to be Depends here in a little bit.
They should be. You can always depend on us to pick up after your... well, I'll leave it after that.
That's a good slogan. I like that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to the roll bar camera so you guys get to understand how nerve-wracking this is. 90 miles an hour up that hill, and then boom, we're going to hit 120, still making turns. Oh my gosh. You can see how easily it is to slap that wall like Carl did. So much speed to carry through these corners. 130. Oh, pops over the edge. Gosh, man. I don't know if I could do this. This would...
I'm watching from the gyro cam, and holy smokes.
This is the body roll, right?
Yeah, this is insane. Oh, you got a little loose there.
You figure he's 46 laps into this, so I mean that's
Yeah.
That's a gorgeous, gorgeous car, though.
It really is. Uh-oh.
I mean,
The battle in front is going to slow them down. Another lap car ahead. Whose car is that? Oh, hold up. Let's see. Carl, it's the number 9. Ah, he's got Russian vodka racing in front of him. Sergey is driving tonight. Yes. Oh, man. Kevin Foster needs to get some Senor Diazzo up here. Or Sueno Diazzo. Go shot for shot. Oh, man. What a run. Whiskey Rivers. Champagne scheme for Russians.
yeah, that's what I thought was funny. It has Dale Jr.'s bar on it, but
I guess if you're, you know, a huge racing fan and you like NASCAR and you live out in Russia, there's, you know, no harm in, I guess, in sporting the Dale Jr. Oh, did you guys hear the news that, I don't know if it's a fluff piece or if this is actually literal. You guys are probably know better than me. Is Michael Jordan really racing?
he's
owning a team.
Okay.
Denny Hamlin are part or splitting the ownership of a team.
Okay, I thought he was racing. Someone posted it like he was racing, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I don't even know if he can fit in one of those cars.
No, him and Denny Hamlin are starting a team. I'm sure it's... Oh, Carl's making a pit stop. That is like one of the most difficult entrances to pit road ever.
All right, should we, I believe they're doing a driver swap, so we'll move down to the pit, or into the driver chat in a second. We'll let these guys hit the pits. Wes, I'm going to drop you down first so you can let them know.
Okay.
Rigid fix right now.
Okay.
And that's it.
Alright.
I mean, it didn't feel like it handled any kind of differently.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just a little damage on the right side, by
Yeah.
the right front wheel and the end skirt there.
Yeah, Randall, it's if you want to do something, I'm free now. Campbell's got the next 2 stints.
Okay, how much time do you got? Oh, Campbell's out there. All right, I'll let you guys go. We'll talk next time you pits.
You can pull me in if you want.
Okay, we'll pull you down to the broadcasting booth then.
10-4.
I'll
Good
be
luck,
back.
Campbell.
1 second, I gotta take a phone call. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick break in the booth. We're going to be putting hot mic inside the crew quarters. So these guys, the pit crew, will have a hot mic. So I apologize if anything was said. It's not me, it's them. Just kidding. They'll keep it clean. But you guys can get a little bit of inside race chatter and understand like what these guys talk about on the track and get a little bit of a feeling for it. So we're going to go ahead and head down there. And we'll be right back. Probably a 30-minute break, 30 to an hour, but we'll be back pretty soon. Enjoy the race chatter.
Mr. Bryson, just kind of keep I'm nervous as hell, so I just need to get my mind off it.
Yeah. I see what's going on, Randy.
I appreciate that.
Hey, Carl.
You step away for a little bit.
Keep going.
Just let him go.
Sorry, losing a spot already.
Okay. Keeping it clean. That's all that matters. See, now you gain 2 spots.
Of course, my son's not sleeping, so I'm good now.
Damn it.
Everything all right?
I just feel like I'm slow as hell.
Don't worry about it. Just run your pace. Don't worry about everybody else. It seemed like a pretty quick pit stop.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him. Even with the driver swap, it seemed really quick.
Good job, buddy. Just keep this distance right here and then get him on the straightaway.
So the Whiskey River team in front of you, did you know they're actually Russian vodka racing?
Nice. That's fine. That's fine. Just get him on one of the other straightaways. Settle back in. Guy behind's right behind you. You're good yet. Guy behind's probably gonna have a run on you up the corner here. Looking right, looking right. Good job, good job. Attaboy, save it. Good job. Very nice. As fast as the pit stop was, I don't understand how we went from 5th to 8th.
Because I'm costing a spots being in a car.
No, not that quick. I mean, it was like over. I mean, everybody seems like they're on the same pit schedule, but I don't know.
I feel like some people are making their cars last longer out here.
I mean, maybe one more lap, you know, for me, but it's not worth it.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. It's so different.
And no, I mean, we pit on 47. You got the guys in front of you. Guy in front of you was 47. In front of him, 49, 50, 49, 49, 49. So if anything, you know, they're doing that extra lap on each of those stints. That's it.
I think that'd be this far behind.
You're good. You're good. Just start digging. Catch that lap car again. Does it feel like the damage is hurting you?
No, it's just nerves.
Oh, yeah, just settle in. I won't tell you, by the looks of the infield, there's a packed ass today. Fuck that COVID.
They're social distancing.
Good job. Catch him at a nice clip here. It's not easy to just go cold and then jump right in a car and run fast laps.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Leslie. I'm sorry I cost us a few spots, but
No.
I see.
No, I don't see how it was that quick. That's not your pace. Maybe it was a slower pit stop than I realized, but either way, we're ahead of where we started, so don't worry about it. Keep digging. I will tell you that the next car behind you is the leader, though. He's 10 seconds back, so you got some time.
I'm aware.
So feel free to hip check him as he goes by.
I'm sure you appreciate that.
I'll tell you what, whenever you went around that 10 car and you gave him a little bump, it didn't seem like he appreciated that, even though he's the one that caused you to do that.
Well, I mean, they were keying up. Hold on, let me get through this section. Yeah, so they sent me a couple PMs and basically said, be patient, and we know you're faster. We'll let you buy at a safe spot. And then they never fucking let me buy. So I had to. I went to go for, a dive on the inside, which is where I've been making all my passes. And then all of a sudden he stays on the left and like locks it up in front of me. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Saw that.
It was just stupid.
And then he came back and tried to knock you out of the way. And
Yeah, right? Yeah.
What the heck, dude?
I stayed behind him. I paced myself going over the mountain twice. All right, get the fuck out of my way now. Good job, buddy. Get a run here. He's pulling off to the side. Good job. You're clear. Good pass, buddy. Find your rhythm again. All right, I'm going to eat a little bit here. I'm going to mute my mic.
Sorry about that.
Okay. God damn it. How's the car feel?
It's not driving the way I thought it would. It's a little skatier than I'm used to.
Yeah, it looks real slick. I know the track temp is pretty high.
Yeah, back in
But-
24.
Yeah. But it looked like Carl had a little bit of an issue coming off that final corner. And that probably is one of the slickest places on the whole track. I don't know if it's just the way the exit is or what.
Yeah, it's a place.
Good job out there, buddy. Getting faster every lap.
Thanks for trying.
Very consistent. Holy crap.
camera to get the leader behind you to take down.
Red lap buddy still getting faster every lap.
That was a really, really good lap.
Just be patient, hit your marks. He'll wait till the end of the mountain section here. Good job. Falling behind, just hit your marks again. I think we need a yellow so we can get that lucky dog. No? No? Okay.
Yeah, there's no full course cautions, is there?
No, no.
Ah.
Great lap, buddy. Great lap. Keep it up. That's the leader there, so feel free to give him the room. You're gonna have to give it back to him anyway. There you go. Good job. Grab his ass. Let him pull you all the way down the front stretch. It's alright. It's alright. Check it off. You didn't spin like me. Pretty good lap there, considering. You picked up a half a second on the guy in front of you. Heads up, 8th place is behind you. He's been running some blazing fast times, so be aware.
Damn. I didn't think I'd be this slow. I feel bad.
Dude, you're not that slow. You're running the same time,
You're
that
really
fast
not.
than 6th. It's just there's some guys out there that are really digging hard. I mean, we don't have guys on our team that can run 205s. And that's what some of these guys do. So there's 205 guys right now running 210s. Good save, good save. Just falling behind him. Grab on him as he passes this lap car. All clear. Good save. Just settle in there, buddy. Bryson, you there?
Yep.
Did you and Nick figure out who's doing the next 2 stints? You're going next?
Yeah, I'll go next. I haven't heard anything from Nick.
Okay, 10-4.
I thought he'd be here by now.
Yeah, so did I. He said 2.5 hours. Actually, I think he said 21.5 hours.
It's a window.
He's missing.
So-
He might miss the race then.
Yeah.
It's like a window you get from like a cable company.
Good job with there, buddy. You're pulling away from the guy behind you and in 9th place as well. So on my screen, I'm seeing handwork on the window pane.
I saw that earlier whenever he first got in there.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay.
really? I still see Campbell.
Well, I also see the not our paint scheme. So yeah, no. Even on the broadcast, it shows handwork.
Yep, it does.
Maybe that window pane's on a slideshow.
I'm trying to refresh the paint and see if it comes up different. If you refresh it, it'll go back to his name.
Huh. I just refresh it now. Let's see. It's still the old paint scheme, but yep, now it's Campbell.
So 3.8 now. What are you thinking I should hit?
I'll give it 2 laps.
So 1 full lap and then come to the next one?
Yep.
Okay.
See what it is at pit entry.
3.5.
Yep. Yeah, give it 2 laps. No sense stretching it. You're good. Good save. Good save.
I've never had a car do that, ever.
What happened? Step out into an entry?
It just locked up. Felt like the front just dragged into the track and just went for a ride. Sorry. Fuck.
Oh, good. Oh, good. You didn't damage the car. You're good. Oh, yeah. I seen it on the broadcast. Yeah, it'll get like that a little bit towards the end of the run. Back end's going to want to step out a lot more. All right, 1.5 solid laps here, then you get a little breather. Well, Nick just popped up on the live chat and said, good job so far.
Two 2.5.
All right, pit next time, pit next time. Really good lap there considering the first turn there.
That was a really good lap.
All right, let's have a good end lap here. Good job. Hit your marks here. Get ready for the pits. Get your mark. Get ready for the pit limiter. Good job, buddy. You kept it clean, no spins. That's all we're asking for, man. All I know is whoever's on the Russian vodka team, I think I need to get in touch with them and ask them for a little money for this broadcast. Because they were on the broadcast the entire run there. Good job, buddy. Seriously. I know you feel like you were a little bit slower, but the times have come down a bit. There's not that many guys running the 209s. I mean, the guy that was behind you, he was running some hot laps there.
You're very consistent and very smooth that whole run. So that sure as hell helps too.
Yep, just do that shit again. How much damage?
58 seconds, 7, 6, going down.
Let me know how much is left when we pull out of here.
Is this a 6 or 12-hour race?
161 lap race.
I think it ends up being like just under 6
seconds.
hours.
You said 37 seconds?
47 seconds.
47? Okay, 10-4. All right, same thing, buddy. Same play. Any marks, be nice and smooth. I will say the car still looks sexy on the broadcast.
Yes, it does.
Good news is we've been beating Legacy Esports this entire time. I don't know if you noticed that.
Who there?
It's the team with Platt.
Oh.
He's not running in this one, but that's the team that he's on.
Okay.
It's funny, Wes. Whatever view it's going on right now, if it's a blimp camera, whatever that view just was looked very arcadish. Good save there, buddy. Good job. It's not easy to just back out there. It's a good job. Car feels a lot better right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Good lap, buddy. Fastest lap of the race for you. Even considering that that little fumble up in the top there.
Track's only 94 right now.
Oh, that helps. Alright, I'm at the bathroom. I'll be back. Down at 93, cooling off nicely. Alright, watch out for this guy in front of you here. Just make sure you're setting up a good run coming down the straightaway. You got it, you got it. Stay left. Good job. You're clear. Way to be heads up there. Good job. Nice and consistent. You gained on 6th place there. Damn, didgeridoos all the way up back up to 4th. All right, same deal here. Get a good run off the straightaway.
No.
Good save. Good save. No damage at all. Good save.
The card is.
That's fine. That's fine.
Fuck, man.
You're fine. Nobody around you. Yeah, no damage for that. We're good.
I kicked it in the first so I could catch it. Damn, I'm sorry.
Dude, you didn't spin out and have to back up like I did.
She got super light off the corner.
Yep. Yeah, that'll happen. Oh, good. Find your rhythm again. Tell you what, this leading team may end up winning this thing by a friggin' full lap. There you go. Good job. Settle back in. I just look at it like you did that to make me feel better, so I appreciate that.
Did what?
Loop it a little bit there on the last lap.
That's fine.
Jeff gained over a second on that lap car in front of you. Yeah, two things was I think Moose misunderstood me. I meant to put the regular core logo on there, not the core Premier Series. But I think for next week we got to try and get him to have that as a rotating thing with the different like Premier Series, Vintage Series, shit like that. kind of just like he has the sponsors rotating through. I think I actually just heard some didgeridoos from the crowd at the top of the mountain there. Good job getting almost another full second on him. Good job. Nice and consistent out there. Second and third are behind you, but they're 2 seconds back. Same thing, wait till the end of the mountain. Try and close up on the guy in front of you in the meantime. Good exit. Guy behind you was a little squirrely, but he's still gaining on you. Go ahead, let him by. Don't need to slow down. He's got a good run. Go ahead, follow behind him. Third place is there, but he won't have you until at least the front stretch. Stay close to second here. You may give you a line around the lap car. Third place still isn't there. Still not there. All right, third's got a bit of a run on you. I'll probably look to try and make the pass here. Good job, good job, good job. Fall back in line. Good job, buddy. All right, lap car is probably going to pull over for this guy in front, so stick close. You may be able to get him. Huh. That camera shake's pretty cool. Stay close. Let's try and get him on one of these straightaways. Good job, buddy. Stick with him. Maybe flash your lights if you want, see if he lets you by.
I don't have it mapped.
Yeah, okay.
Got it.
There you go. Look to the inside. He's giving it to you. Hit your marks. Hit your marks. Hit your marks. Good pass. You're good. No threat. There you go. Find your rhythm again. Coming up another lap car here. He's got no hood. Should be faster down the straightaway here. No pass yet unless he pulls aside. All right, let's set him up on one of these straightaways. a little slow going out of that corner. Take a look if you want to. Good job, good job. That's fine. Get the draft, fight back. Go ahead, pull out so he knows you mean business. Good job. Fall back in line. Hit your marks. Good job. We are officially halfway through the race. Not sure, but I think he blew up behind you. Yes, sir. No worries from behind. He gone. I say you are nothing if not consistent. That lap right there was 0.03 of a second off of the last lap. Actually, check
that's
that
higher.
3,000ths. Doing good out there, buddy. Keep it up.
car's getting a little free.
Yeah, it's getting towards the end of the run. It's going to happen. Good job. Good save there. Get a little swirly going in. We got about like 6 to 8 laps yet.
They're about 7.5.
Alright, so coming in at 6.
trying my best to keep that guy behind us.
Don't worry about it. He's got a little bit fresher tires than you. He can do that later.
Okay.
Got a guy stopped on the left. Careful here. Good job. Good job. And same thing as before, he's running some pretty fast laps considering. So don't worry about it too much. If he catches you and passes you, it's all good.
Okay.
Still got about a 10-second buffer though.
Body's hurting.
Yeah, that Elliott Simpson's back in 19th place.
That's what they say. The mountain ultimately decides the outcome.
Yes, sir. By the way, that last lap by you was one of the fastest of the race for you.
Awesome.
Not that I want to think about it, but if iRacing ever does implement wet weather, oof.
No, thank you. Count me out.
Especially if it's like dynamic.
Nah.
It'd probably be like driving on the grass.
Right? Alright, I got you at about 4 laps to go.
5.3 on fuel at that point.
Yep. Another good lap there, another 2:11. Yeah, guy behind you is just putting in some blazers. You're good, still got about a 7-second buffer. Alright, be careful of this clown. You're good, he's good yet. Or if he holds you up, just be smooth. Go ahead, take it. You got him. You got him. Plenty of room. You got him. Good pass. Very nice. Very good lap considering. Still got about 6 seconds behind you.
.3.
Okay, 2 more laps. 2 more good laps here. Another great lap there. Take 2 more of those. Still 4 seconds of drift behind you. At this rate, you should be able to hit your marks and hold them behind you. Good job, good save there. All kinds of smoke. What the hell's going on? Oh, that's what's going on. Okay. Awesome lap, buddy. Awesome lap. We got one more good in lap here. Getting in this time. Two and a half seconds back. You should be able to hold them off before the pits. Good job. You got 2 seconds behind you. No threat. Hit your marks. Hit pit lane. Grab yourself a smoke. Hit your marks coming in here, buddy. Good job. Nice aggressive entry. All right, Brusson.
All right.
Camel, let me know how much damage is in there.
Yeah.
So now here's my 2 cents. We either have Bryson and Nick both
47.2.
47.2. Okay. So it should almost get fully repaired here.
Okay.
But
On the
either
car.
have both of them do short pits and basically split up with 20 lap stints instead of 23, 24, or have Bryson run out 2 full stints and then have Nick cut the last one in half. Up to you guys what you want to do. I mean, that's just my 2 cents. I figure if we're pitting after 20 laps, you're going to have fresh tires a lot quicker, and you should be able to run harder for both of your stints.
Yeah, I don't care either way.
Oh my god.
All right, good luck out there, Bryson.
Go get it, Bryson.
Yes, I mean, obviously, I'll let it up to you guys what you guys want to do.
Well, we'll leave it up to Bryson, see how he feels towards his last stint.
Yep. Good save, buddy.
Yeah, she's a little loose.
Yep. That she is. Track's 97 right now.
just have to wait for a couple minutes.
10-4.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. That's right. Little power nap while these guys switched up. Looks like Bryson Clark's out on the field now. Kevin Foster, welcome back. If you want to join us in the booth, you're more than welcome. Nick, hey, welcome to the booth.
I just came in here to test my sound settings.
Oh,
Need someone.
what do you need adjusting?
Everything is working because I had to do another free format last night.
That's a bummer. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm still trying to figure out a weird stutter I have with iRacing. Ever since everything was perfect, and then I decided to go fix something that wasn't broken, update my graphics drivers, and ever since then I've had this stutter every time I go into a corner.
Huh.
It's not debilitating, but it's very annoying.
Like a frame jitter, or?
Yeah, only when everything's panning. Like I'm still going like 141 frames per second, but it seems like it's down to like 40, only when I'm turning.
Are you looking at your graphics card when you do that?
Yeah, everything. I mean, my
Does your
frame
graphics card
pacing.
spike?
Nope, I don't see anything, and
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, CPU like my frame pacing and my frame time, everything looks good.
What graphics card do you have again?
2080 Ti.
Maybe your monitors are going bad. Or
Yeah, that's what I
maybe
thought,
the refresh
but-
rate is off for the monitors. I tried source matching it and see what happens.
Yeah, I tried that. I mean, I bumped it down to 120 hertz.
Yeah.
When I start the lower I go, like the less noticeable it is, just because the entire everything is. Yeah, but I know. I think I don't know. I don't understand it because, I installed all my drivers in October of 2019, and I left it as it is, and everything was butter smooth. But when I update my graphics drivers, it did something. With Windows automatic updates, did something that
I think it's the Windows, because I've noticed some small changes to like things that are going on, like the weird camera jitters that I've noticed that were never there. So I think it's more of a Windows problem.
Yeah, and unfortunately, iRacing never acknowledges it. I mean, if you go through the forums, there's tons of people that talk about corner jittering and like the camera issues, and
I don't think it's on the roadmap for us to fix.
yeah, I guess you just have to learn to get used to it.
I'll be right back. I gotta go check on something.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Well, Kevin, when you get home, hop on, join us. But how's the racing been going? Seriously, you're gonna.
Hey, Mike, you there?
Sorry, I was working on some work. What's up?
That's cool. I just have to tell you, like, when you first hopped in, I think we were just like a lap down, and I had to go do some errands, and I pulled like the race up on my phone, and I thought I saw 11 laps down, and I was like, what the fuck happened? Then we came 11 laps down, but it's just because my eyes are getting bad and I couldn't see it. It was just plus 1 lap or something like that.
Yes.
But damn good job, man.
Thanks, dude.
2 full stints without really losing much time.
Yeah, it was something.
Yeah.
My body hurts. That's my first double stint since January. We were here for the 12 hours, so just kind of getting back in the swing of things.
Yeah, man. Good car to get warmed up in.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think I was going to do this race.
Yeah.
I love these cars to death. Like, after the race, I'll probably actually sit down and watch
Whoa!
It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. One X,
Yeah,
it's
man.
all good. It's fine.
My
This
gosh,
thing
stop.
was quite the beast.
Yeah, I can see that.
She gets really free at the start of the run, and then right at the end, she gets real free. I don't even know what to. Oof.
Did you adjust the arbs at all?
No, because the concern was the car gets so loose through, I'd say, top of the mountain and then the final 2 corners.
Mm-hmm.
We were nervous that it would make it even freer, trying to get it to stop, going from 4th to 2nd into the dipper. That was the only concern. I didn't make any change unless Carl did it while I was not in the car. I only drove the car for like 15 minutes in practice so I can make sure he got seat time.
Yeah.
Unless he made the changes, I think the car is just kind of the way it is.
Yeah, the fronts and rear bars are still at 6 right now. I mean, when I get in, I'm dropping those down to 1 and 2. And
yeah. For me, the way I looked at it was, I don't want to commit to any changes because you guys are far better than me.
Yeah.
And I'll let you guys do the talking and do the adjustments you need, and I'll just drive the car. Like, this setup felt a little different, but I'll be honest, it felt way better than what I was driving the other day.
That's good.
Like, I felt a little safer going in dipper.
Damn, Bryson just hit the wall pretty good there.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's a 1X. I hope.
Yeah, that was a pretty good slap right when I joined. Let me see if I can find it again. Oh, it happened like right as I joined. Damn it. Ah, that was a good hit.
Well, I'll say this. There were a couple of good hits over the course of Carl's 2 stints. Well, yeah, 2 stints of car. And it was about a minute and a half of optional. We got that down to 40 seconds. I tapped the wall a couple times, and it only went up by like 3 seconds from where it was. So hopefully it doesn't screw up too much. I think we'll be okay. I never want to do this again.
We're doing it next week. In P217.
After next week, I never want to do this again.
Yeah. Have you run the P217 yet?
I did a couple of laps. I did a couple laps. Well, I say a couple laps. I did like a full fuel run for 2 nights. Kind of get a feel for it. I really like it, but I only had baseline. So I can't really... I think it'll feel even better with the proper chassis under it, but it felt good with baseline.
Yeah, if you're doing it at Road Atlanta, use the high downforce. That's what I was, and dude, it was fucking
There were
blast.
other setups? Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Whoops,
Yeah.
I was baseline. Holy crap. Yeah, I need to look back at that then this weekend or whenever we get come together. I'll get back on the track. I will say my new pedals will be here hopefully next week, so they should be here in time for the race. So I'll be experienced. I said the other day I wouldn't go spending money on Fanatec crap. Michael spent money on Fanatec crap at work. The Club Sport V3s.
Oh, the V3s, okay. Those are pretty decent pedals.
Okay, I wanted something that was like, I'm not building a rig, but I want to have something that's good quality and kind of in the middle. So, those will be here this week, next week, so hopefully I'll be able to learn those over a few days, and then if I don't feel comfortable, I'll switch out, but if I am, I'll just go ahead and use them.
Yeah, they're not bad. Those aren't bad freaking pedals for sure. Especially right now because it's hard to get anything.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. I think they said I got the notification yesterday that they had been working through the warehouse. So should be hopefully on the way here hopefully Monday.
Nice. Hey, Moose, you still there?
Here you go.
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
Okay.
Oh, here.
To continue with our conversation, do you use G-Sync?
Let me get back to you. I'm on a phone call real fast, and then I'll
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
If I can ask, why G-Sync?
Why G-Sync?
It's funny you say that. 'Cause I just bought a new monitor that has G-Sync in it, and it's the best thing I've ever bought in my life.
Yeah, it's great. However, right now I'm having an issue where I get like the stuttering when I go through corners.
I have had that issue. Are you in windowed or full screen?
Full screen.
What happens with me, and it was doing it a lot today, let's say I had to adjust like my sound and I had to back out of the full screen window, that's when it would start stuttering. Because it was making it wasn't making my head hurt, but it was just like fucking with my head.
Yeah.
It was like, ugh. So I had to like back out and then come back in and make sure it was full screen because I don't know how to set iRacing to go back to full screen once it bumps out of it.
Alt tab.
Thank you. Yeah. I've been on here for 3 years and I didn't know that.
Okay, are you in iRacing right now?
Yes.
Still? Okay, so when you go to options and you go to your graphics tab, do you have your frame rate limited?
Yes, I have set to VSync.
Okay, don't use VSync. So when you're I mean, if it's smooth for you, then obviously use it. But when you use VSync, when it gets to 143, 144, G-Sync is out the window. It turns off, and you're using VSync. G-Sync only bumps in when it gets below that vertical sync. So try limiting to 141 frames. You got 144 hertz, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes up to 240, so 144 is fine.
Another mistake from pricing.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah. So try that and see if it works good for you.
Okay. That works.
And then there's
I'm
also
new to this, so
there's also a way if you alt tab out of there and open up your NVIDIA inspector or the control panel.
Yeah.
Are you using triple screen?
Or
single?
Yes. Well, I'm not. iRacing is on one screen. It's on that monitor, but
okay.
I use 3 screens, so really I'm only using G-Sync.
Okay, so if you go into like set up the G-Sync in your control panel and then click on display on the top, you can press that G-Sync indicator, and then when G-Sync is on, it'll have like this little transparent icon on the window, so that way you know it's working.
Okay.
Because I have had issues where G-Sync doesn't work even though everything's on. I have to like restart iRacing.
G-Sync. So I'm in displays, set up G-Sync.
Yeah. And then when you click on display on the very top, like the little like file edit desktop display.
Oh yeah.
And then there'll be like a little
indicator. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so when you go back into iRacing and then you like alt tab to go back to full screen, a little icon should pop up on the left side. It says G-Sync on.
Still won't let me pop back into full screen.
Really? Even with an alt tab?
Mm-hmm. So I'll do this and then see if I... Yeah, it's like, it's still in the window. That's weird. That was the issue I was having, where it just won't kick back to full screen.
Really? And so in graphics, you have the full screen checked?
Yeah, like 1080s, 60. I need to change that at all.
Well, what is it you got?
1920 at 60.
At 60? Yeah, you want to change that to 144.
Okay.
You got a 144 hertz monitor.
This is all new to me, so like I don't have anyone to like, pass these things to, so I was kind of dicking around, just trying to.
Yeah, man.
Full screen's checked.
Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to keep running it in the window.
Yeah, it's weird.
Huge deal. It's not a big deal. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could close the simulator and come back into it, but I'm not racing anymore, so I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm not in the car anymore.
Well, after the race, we can sit down and go through all the everything to try to optimize it. But I mean, you were basically running at 60 hertz this whole time, so you haven't even been running at 144.
God damn it. So
I think
stupid.
yeah, you're gonna see it's gonna be ultra smooth.
Okay.
I mean, if you follow Bryson in cockpit view, you should kind of get a preview of what it's gonna look like.
That's chopper.
You might have to restart iRacing. I'm not sure about resolution. So like the biggest benefit to 144 hertz is obviously one of the clarity, but also the biggest thing to me is the input lag.
Right.
Because you know, like your computer is calculating, you know, your wheel input 144 times a second instead of 60.
Right.
And because you had VSync on, so you should have only been pushing 60 frames a second, right? Do you monitor that in race?
Yeah, I see it. It was at 60.
Okay, so yeah, you weren't even getting the good input lag.
I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Bryce is like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, it's good that you do this after the race and not before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm new to all of it. Like, I just built my first PC 2 months ago, ever.
Oh, nice.
So, this is all. This side of it is very new to me. Getting new equipment, getting new monitors, parts. So, I'll take whatever advice I can get.
Right. I'm gonna hop over there. I just want to see what they're talking about. Looks like Bryson is pitting.
Sorry. Oh, he pitted. No, stop right there.
Alright, I'm back. I just saw that we swapped drivers and then went back. What happened? Hey, Kevin, you're in the booth.
I'm in the booth.
Yep, you're in the booth. Let me adjust your volume real fast.
I'm in a truck. Give me 1 minute. I'll be home.
Oh, okay.
Literally, like.
Well, then
I'm pulling, like.
I'll wait for you to get home then.
Hello?
Hey.
What's up? What happened? Sorry, I was working.
No, it's looks like Nick swapped out with Bryson. Are they're changing seats right now?
Okay.
Is that what's going on? But it looks like Bryson's back in the seat. I saw him swap for a second.
I don't know. I just...
They swapped out to check something real fast.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not in. I haven't been in that check. I got dragged down here, so I was trying to work on something.
Got it.
So, guys, great broadcast so far.
Love it. These guys have been doing a good job. I'm really, really like some mistakes out there, but a lot of good recoveries, trying to keep it clean, some good passes, great muscling for position. So it's been overall entertaining.
My friend is watching. Well, was watching earlier. He texted me.
He's like, "Why'd you stop the wall?"
I'm like, "Turn it on."
Which friend?
Huh?
What friend?
Oh, my friend John.
Hi, John.
John Pat.
Well, give a shout out to John, please.
Can we get
Hey,
John
John.
in chat? No, I like doing these endurance runs because it's a little more relaxed. It's not really commentary on the broadcast. It's more of just kind of watching you guys race and rooting on your favorite team.
I'm glad you can relax. I'm glad you're relaxed.
Dude, it's like morning margaritas. Let's hang out and enjoy some racing.
Oh, my goodness. I can relax. Oh, come on now.
Hi, guys. I just got home. Got a few minutes.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
See you later.
Later.
Oh man, what a run though.
Yeah, I mean,
we're sitting in a good spot.
It's fine. And we have two fast. I have no doubt we have two of the fastest guys left in the stable, so I have no concerns at all.
Yeah, looking at your guys' times right now, I think other than the middle finger racing, you guys should be able to reel everyone back in.
Yeah.
Especially because a lot of these guys haven't hit the pits for their 5th time, so we're going to see that change up. And I know between Bryson and Nick, they're pretty fast pitters. Once all the damage that's need to be repaired is repaired.
Right. Okay, this is fucking with my eyes. I'm sorry, we're on the broadcast. Sorry.
That's
My
the
bad.
3rd time, all right? I'm gonna have to put you on timeout for that. You're on a 30-second timeout penalty, and it begins. I'm just kidding.
Sorry, because you have to remember I've been in the driver
I know.
lobby the entire time, so I have to tell my brain I'm not in the car with the drivers.
PG-13, you would only get one of those, and you've burned up it at least 3 or 4 times.
It's fine. I apologize.
It's okay, man. Shit happens.
That looks really cool. Nick just helped me set up my monitor for with G-Sync, and it's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It was tripping me out for a little bit. I'm like,
wait, what'd you do on G-Sync?
well, I just bought this monitor, so
Okay.
I didn't set it up fully, apparently. I wasn't doing everything I could with it. So I'm like sitting here like, this looks really good. And he's like,
Are you... So by G-Sync, do you mean like frame rate syncing?
oh yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, it just, seeing it in action, it's like I'm looking out a window.
Yeah.
It's very trippy.
Yeah, so like I don't use G-Sync, I do mine by hand. just because I don't want it matching my monitor. I wanted to match for the broadcast. So for the broadcast, I broadcast at 60 frames. I have everything I do in 60 frames, like consistently. So I don't want to make the computer overwork if it doesn't need to. So yeah, so my stuff's all 60 frames, like across the board and matched, and that's what. So I use VSync and I sync everything, and then I make sure that's all in line. Is he gonna go for a pass on 3 guys? No,
Who's
that's 2. Bryson. Bryson just passed someone.
Meanwhile, I was scared to pass the lap call several times.
No, Bryson just raced pretty much 4 guys were racing down that corner to see who could make it first, and Bryson beat 2 of them.
To draw a parallel to the Bathurst 1000, so I'll admit I'm like a fairly new fan of V8 supercars. I followed them off and on for years, but really got invested over the last 2 years. I really think we approach this race like the drivers approach the actual V8 supercar race, because that's a points-paying race. So you try to get your co-driver laps out of the way first, then get your main driver in there just to drive like hell to get those points that he needs for the championship. So I feel like having Nick and Bryson, these 2 talented guys in the car at the end, ooh boy.
Oh no, it's you got 2 aces in your pocket. Like, okay, so like we've talked about it before, and the way I look at your lineup, you have Carl start. He's a dynamic driver that's pretty flexible and fast, and then you have you anchor the main run, which is the hardest part to do. It's that midsection, and then you have in your 2 heaters. It's true that midsection's so tough because
my midsection hurts from that from my 2 stints.
But the thing is you need to make it past what people probably put their fastest drivers in for. Like, I think people would want to try and make up space in the midsection because they feel if they can get enough of a gap towards the end, they're okay, and then they can put slower drivers. But I look at it as like a relay race. You want a guy to sprint. You want 2 guys to pretty much beat, like, your 2 slowest guys to me are usually in your middle, and then you have a hard sprinter at the end. Like, your fastest guy sits at the end waiting to regain any speed that you lost. Or any time you lost. And so, looking at you and Bryson, I think you guys are more... Bryson's a little more aggressive. You're pretty consistent. But looking at both of you, the way you guys drive, I view you as the anchor on the field. You're going to hold position, and when they do a driver swap, you're going to just maintain and keep running the same pass. You're either going to gain us position, but you're not going to really lose us anything. And then we throw in our faster guys, and it's then, the horses are let loose. Or the dogs are let loose, and you guys are now racing against everyone else that has pretty much been burnt out or tired with 2 fast, fresh drivers that are willing to push the issue when other drivers are super worn out, their car's damaged. You want to keep that car as pristine as possible till the very end.
And that was really what I was focused on, because there was a couple times I got the wall, especially on the first stint, because again, I was talking to Carl, and he made a good point. Like, I'm coming in cold. Yes, I woke up about a couple hours early to get in the setup, just kind of get the body ready. But there's still, it's almost a mental thing. It's like once you're in the race, the body just reacts differently than if you're just practicing by yourself in your own test session.
Yeah, your nerves aren't there.
So it took me a couple minutes just to kind of zone out, and the way I zoned out is going to sound really weird and silly. There's a local radio show here in the Richmond, Virginia, DC area.
Yeah.
It's called Alien in the Morning, and I just put on an old episode of that show, and I can just listen to them talk, and it just kind of takes my mind out of it. I'm concentrating on the car subconsciously, but just listening to them, it kind of just puts my mind in another place, so I can kind of just do things automatically and just kind of let my body stop overthinking.
Yeah,
and then
I totally get that. I used to do that for. So it's a way of kind of getting your head out of the game and writing down muscle memory. So like I used to do that for, it's probably not the best thing, but I used to read books and listen to music.
Right.
And so when I'd re-listen to that song, I could remember that section of the book.
Right.
So it was a way of, but you can use it for other things. Or it takes a little bit of your focus away, so your body's kind of like writing down whatever it needs to memorize without your mind overthinking it and possibly like putting it in a short memory and then getting rid of it afterwards.
Right.
It's writing it down passively.
Right, and that really helped me during that run to kind of just relax. And there were times where I'm like, I knew my mic was on, so it's like I'm laughing like softly because they're saying something in the show. It's just like, no, I haven't gone insane. I'm just listening to something. I didn't tell them that. It's just in my head, I'm like, they think I'm crazy. I sit here going through the Dipper. I'm just like laughing at something from randomly. It's like, no, it's fine. I'm just in my own zone.
Yeah, you gotta just kind of zone out just a tad bit to where you're present, but you're able to run, those laps over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, like there's a story that I have from like years ago when I used to race on consoles, NASCAR 09, and the way that game was, when you got damaged, the car was just dead. Any damage. So one time I was leading at Dover. It was like lap 20 of 200, and I scraped the wall, and it comes up with a little indicator showing what the damage is, and I said, no, I'm going to focus and pretend that never happened. I did, and I won. Because even though I knew the car was damaged, I subconsciously told myself, drive this car like it's not damaged, and you will be fine. If you think about it, you will drive wrong.
Yep.
I'm like, it's those mind games you have to play with yourself.
Which race was that? The red light popped up, and you said, I'm not going to look at that? Put a sticker over the red light.
Oh my god. Man.
Oh, because you guys are having overheating trouble with one of the cup car races, and I remember you're like, yeah, I kind of just, I had a red light, and I just let her be.
Yeah, you kind of just got to do that. You kind of just go and hope that it'll go away eventually.
I'm pretty sure it'll fix itself, and then you go, cars don't fix themselves. Yeah, but don't they?
I won that race, didn't I?
Exactly.
So it's such an interesting experience. And doing this race, I mean, it's like I explained to someone. Someone asked me, like, how do you do this race, like running next to the wall and you're so close? It's like, it's a mindset. You're just in the zone and you're going off muscle memory and you're going on faith that I have positioned this car the right way and I know where that wall is. I'm not near it, but I'm hitting my apex. I'm getting my exit off.
Yeah, exactly. And that's Wes and I were talking about, like, you guys, like, to have, you can't be afraid of that corner is really what it is. And, like, for me, like, I would be totally afraid of it. I'd be taking it too easy, or I'd be just carrying too much speed because I'm like, oh, I'm taking it too easy. I got to keep it fast. And you can't let any of that get to you.
Right. Yeah, you have to kind of put that out of your mind. You have to go in there knowing that I know where my apex is, I know where my braking points are, and I'm just going to repeat that and do the best I can.
Yeah.
The challenges come when someone affects where your racing line is. Say a lap car comes up or you're approaching traffic. That's where it kind of gets a little challenging, but yeah, it can be. It's an experience. It's an experience running a race like this, and
it's more than that, man.
I'm so glad I got to do it.
I love watching you guys race.
I love this kind of racing. I mean, I went away for a bit to kind of just do some things. Work was coming up, and for me, I wanted to run Bathurst because I love this track so much. I love this course. I love these cars. And when I came back and started practicing a little bit, and it came up like, hey, we're going to run it, I'm like, I can either kind of say, I'm going to do this, even though it's going to be a big challenge, it might be hard, or I'm going to run away from it and not face a challenge. I went with the former because there's no experience like it. And to say I finally run through this race is an awesome feeling.
Oh, yeah. This is a race to be a part of, and just to be fighting up in the front or just making way out there. Like, literally, only one person. Let's see, what did we just run? Oh, I take that back. I was about to say something cool, but then I words. No.
Fine.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun just to like I said, it's like going to the track with your team. Is kind of like what these broadcasts are for me. It's like if I'm the sole media guy that covers the team, and that's my goal, is to follow you guys, commentate a little bit, and just enjoy the team aspect of it. And I've always loved that about team sports, is even if you're not playing, you're a support aspect for everyone else that's out on the field or out playing, and you can really get into it and get behind it because you're rooting for something.
Exactly. That kind of stuff is, I mean, when we're in the drivers kind of, I guess, chat area, we're focused, but it's also very light, very much like how it is in the actual garage area. It's like, okay, well, race is on, we're kind of trying to keep everyone limber, light, not tense.
You can feel the tension, but there's a little bit of like, okay, just keep it going, let it be smooth. Don't overreact on situations, and let's just keep rolling with it.
And for me, that helps because I do struggle where I get in my own head and I start overdriving and I get frustrated because I do not like making mistakes. And I made a couple there, and they helped me kind of just rein it back in. I've worked on that personally with myself, just kind of working on not breaking my own focus when a mistake happens.
Yeah.
And we saw I made a couple of mistakes there, but I was able to instantly mitigate the mistake, prevent it from being anything more serious, and that kept us in the running and kept us clean.
Yeah, and the most important thing, honestly, in any competitive aspect is learning how to bounce back, and that's really what separates the divide. Is you can have all the natural talent in the world, but if you can't bounce back from someone from making a mistake, then when you go into a competitive area where there's a lot of people, there's going to be someone in there that's going to push your buttons, and they're going to do that because they know you can't bounce back, and then they're going to throw you're going to throw yourself in the wall, and your day's over. If you can bounce back, you're going to make a mistake. It happens, but you come back and you're going to catch up to that person, or you're going to finish a position behind them, or a couple, and that right there puts you on the leaderboards, and that's where you want to be. Is you want to be on the leaderboards. Like, yes, podiums are the best, but you want to play the game for what the game is: rack points and finish races.
Yeah, and I think going into this race, my mindset was it's not as while getting a podium is great. I mean, January was an experience on iRacing I'll never forget. Getting that podium and the 12-hour after that grueling race, my first endurance race. I don't know about everyone else. That was awesome. Yeah, it was amazing. And going into this race, it's like, while it will be great to replicate that, I think the goal for an event like this is let's make it to the end.
Yeah.
And then whatever comes after that is icing on the cake.
Yep. It's just, you got to finish. And if you finish well, awesome. If you finished, even better. That's all that really matters. Is most of these guys won't finish.
Yeah.
Like one guy that was fast out there. Look at that. The number he finished 23rd. The number 99 Old Bull Racing. They were fast. They were some of the fastest times out on the track. They're done. They didn't finish.
And when you look at, because it jumped out to me when I was doing spotting and kind of keeping an eye on things when Carl was doing his stints, was the 2 of Elliott Simpson. He was up there throughout basically that first stint where Carl was in the car.
Yeah.
He was out front through that entire time up until Carl's pit stop. And then I looked at the scoring and I'm like, why is Elliott Simpson falling back? He was like setting the pace. He was setting the quickest lap times. And then he had an issue. Apparently he had an issue, I guess, in the latter parts of the track on one of the laps. And I made the comment, I'm like, watching V8 Supercars last year, there was a great quote that was made, and it's like, yeah, you can kind of do everything you can to try and win this race, but sometimes it's the track itself will decide the outcome of this race.
Yes.
It's crazy.
It's true though. Like, okay, another person out there, the PCF Racing Gold, those guys were on your guys' tail for pretty much the first 2 halves or 2 stints of the race. They're sitting in 20th right now, 16 laps behind.
Right.
Ouch. That's the way the cookie crumbles. For a lack of better terms, is you gotta roll with the punches. And I bet you a lot of those sections were honestly teammates getting into each other, in the sense of a lot of teams that come together, a lot of people have egos, and I know we, like, in core, everyone's got a little bit of an ego, but we try to step that off to the side and race together as a team and as a cohesive unit, to where it's not about belittling someone that made a mistake. It's about bringing them back and getting them to bounce back. And that's what you see in a lot of these races where they start to fall off and drop off. It's because the team, either the guy gets in his head and no one's there to support him, or the teammates start belittling the guy, like, why'd you do that? Like, you messed up. You're costing us another lap. That's not important. The point is you want that guy to focus back on the track and not tear himself apart, because he's not going to be useful.
You got to lift people up. You got to lift each other up. I mean, I'm very hard on myself when it comes to racing, because racing is outside of when I'm not working, which I put a lot of effort into my work. Racing is what I care about most, and I demand perfection out of what I do. And when I make a mistake, it's very easy for me, and I freely admit it, to just end up in the dumps. And it will take me out of the game. And there have been plenty of times where I've made a mistake, and gotten frustrated, and it's taken me out of having a good finish. And I could have probably rebounded from that.
Yeah.
I've taken some self-reflection and kind of worked on that. So when I would make mistakes, yes, I'll probably be a little fume of myself for like a couple of seconds, kind of to get it out. But then I just switch that part off and get back to work. So you saw a couple of times I made some mistakes, but then I was able to next lap to get right back into my pace. It's like, okay,
that's what you do.
Mistake. It's like what's done is done, as they say. It's finished.
It
You
is
can't
what it
undo
is.
Move on.
You just gotta accept it, and that's such a tough thing to learn and apply in life too, because everyone struggles with that, and it's just a lesson you have to learn. Is it is what it is, and you just gotta roll with the punches. You can't fight. Pretty much, Father Time is cruel. Life is cruel, and you gotta sometimes just flow with with what's going on, and just find the best outcome for whatever cards you've been dealt, and that's what a lot of people do, in the sense that are either successful or happy with their life and where it's at, is they found how to flow with it. And
right, exactly. It's with core. I mean, there are so many teams that do these races, and I'm sure there's places where it's like, oh, we have open spots and we're this, we're that. And that's great, but there's something about,
you want to have fun.
You talk about cohesion. Yeah, you want to have fun, but there's something cohesive about racing with the same group of people. Yes, you race with them competitively against each other on the track, but to be able to come together and race together I think that's something above itself too. That's just awesome.
You hit a point. You race against each other competitively, on a weekend schedule. Honestly, that's important. Like, when I was practicing for paintball, I went to a local, our local field was like, it had professional players on it. That's what we would aim to practice against. But when it came to just everyday run-of-the-mill practice, we were shooting at each other. Like it was playing against your team, and then what you learn is everyone's their weaknesses, and that is super important, because you now know the dynamics of your own team, how strong it is, and where to shore up. So if if you see something happening out on the track or out in the field, you're like, oh, that guy's going to run into an issue. Like, you can step in and be like, hey, don't do that. Like, get your head together. Like, Bryson looks like he's going to let a guy pass right now. Yeah. Who passed him? That was,
should have been number 7. I'm sorry, the 7th place, unless I'm looking at something different. I could be.
VSR competition, or
yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the thing about being able to work cohesively with a good group of friends, but also being competitive against each other on the off season. Technically, it teaches you where their strong points are, and you can be honest with the person, like, hey, dude, you're not the best at this. Like, let's shore that up real fast, or let's work on taking that corner easily. And as long as people are willing to be humble about it, and like I said, your cohesion's good, then that's really where teams win and lose. It's not how good one person is; it's how good the whole team is as a unit, working together and helping each other out, and bringing each other up. And that's nice about having Carl, you, Nick, and Bryson, is you guys are pretty positive-minded people. And all have your own little dynamic that you bring to the field of, who knows what, who can talk about what, and feedback on certain situations.
Right. And that's exactly, sorry, I'm just checking something.
No,
this is exactly why I like this group, because I feel like we gel really well together. Like I said, we talked about lifting each other up. That's important. And then also when it comes to working together in terms of feedback, I think the first practice I had with Bryson for this race, first thing I was asking is like, so I notice you're running faster than me. I notice you're attacking that corner differently. What are you doing that I can learn from? It's about learning from each other. I think if I compare myself to where I was going into the 12 hour, I feel like I've gotten much better at this because I've been able to learn from such talented road racers like Bryson, like Nick. I mean, a few weeks ago, he just put that work on us at Charlotte Oval.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, all right, cool. But those kind of things, you kind of got to get beat down to learn. And I learned that, okay, well, I need to maybe I need to look at my setup and learn and maybe invest in a couple of things if I want to get better at this, and that'll help me now get to the next level. So I did that, and I'll be hopefully getting here soon. And then also just listening and learning from them and asking them questions, and that kind of stuff is, it's invaluable.
Oh yeah, and like just watching Bryson's racing right now, so like we'll comment on it just a tad bit. Compared to you and Carl, like his wheel moves way more. I don't know if anyone's seen that, but like when Bryson's on the track, his wheel is constantly moving, which, you know, means that he's not as smooth, but he makes up for that by how aggressive he can take those turns and by how, you know, under control he is on those exits. Like something I saw Carl doing quite a bit was having to recorrect his rear end.
Right.
Bryson is so active on the wheel, his rear end is already being compensated for on that exit. He's not having to respond to it. He's already actively, you know, adjusting for it, which is completely different of a driving style. Like you saw right there, takes that corner, he's fishing it a little bit. He knows it's loose, but he can ride it out.
Right.
And you very rarely see it actually step out or like step and correct. It's a step and then smoothly transitions into the corner. So just completely different driving styles, but you know, something you can use to be like, okay, so this is how you can take this a little bit faster, is by, you know, working that wheel a little bit harder, but those small minute turns prevent you from having to do a quick correction. It's more small corrections throughout the whole track.
Absolutely.
So it's
interesting. For me, and I've been told this before, that when I'm driving, I have a tendency to be very, I guess smooth is, I don't see, I think it's like saw the wheel very much. I'm kind of just, I turn it, let it get one of these out of the car, and I bring it back to center.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how I learned to sim race and race in general, just have very smooth motions. When I try to do that motion where maybe I'm getting a little more aggressive with the car, and I try to do the kind of moving the wheel back and forth, kind of getting those little small adjustments and attitude adjustments in the car, that's where I begin to have issues. So it's kind of like you said, playing to our strengths, and my strength, I feel, is kind of just keeping a consistent pace during the course of a race and during the course of a run. I kind of settled in on that because it worked for me in practice. It worked for me at the 12-hour. It worked for me in my Nürburgring practice, which didn't go as well, but hopefully next year I can do better at that.
I think you guys will. The Nürburgring was tough, but like, you know, when Carl redrove it for the second split, I was sitting with him. He's like, he's like, yeah, 100%. I can see where there's an issue there. He's like, I didn't see this while testing. And you also got the short end of the stick. You got T-boned too. So Carl did the same thing, but he didn't get T-boned, and he was back in the race and really able to still run people down. Where you had that misstep, and then boom, guy T-bones you, and it's just like, it didn't show it, but when you hit the pits, it was like your car's pretty much done. And that's the tough part too.
That sucks because, again, that's another track that's my number one track. I love that place. I mean, right now the 12-hour is going on, the real life counterpart. So really a great day for racing. I mean, there's all sorts of racing this weekend between NASCAR, Formula One, V8 Supercars has their race. There's overnight our time.
Yeah.
And we got the 24-hour, and we just had Le Mans last week. So I mean, just so much good racing right now, and I hoped one day to get back to Nürburgring and be able to.
I think you guys should do it again.
24-hour. I think we will, and I think hopefully by then, once I have my new pedals, I'll be accustomed to those and be able to really kind of, again, take my skills to the next level. Lean on people like Carl, Bryson, Nick, other people, other assets in our league, which I think we need to say that everyone in this league is an asset. They bring something to the table. So lean on them
and something I've seen with some of the drivers that may consider themselves not to be road drivers, sometimes you need someone that has a different background to step in and be like, oh, hey, you can drive it like this. And they go, what?
Right. Right.
You're telling me I can drive this kind of like oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh. Yeah, move, 16. Just move into the 88. Just take him out. Oh, he's going to do it. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
What are you doing?
Okay.
Oh, that guy needs to pull off the track. That is the rudest thing I've ever seen.
Crazy.
Yeah, we'll stop talking real fast. The 18's like, let me go. I'm like, don't try and get around him, man. The guy's gonna wreck you. Bryson backed off. You see that? Bryson did the smart thing. Just back off. Don't stay around that guy.
I mean, let's go back, and think about earlier in the race when Carl, I think it was maybe in the first couple laps, that one guy was just, they were racing so hard, really backing up traffic. Yep. Carl made the smart move, let him go, and then they go into turn 2 and they have an issue.
Accident.
We profit on it because, again, that heads-up awareness, that's, honestly, I feel like, yes, that's a road course skill, but it's an oval racing skill, too.
Oh, it is.
You can catch them.
Yeah.
You see those moments coming, you're like, all right, they're going to wreck, so I'm going to move back here and capitalize. And that's exactly what I did. That was great driving by Carl.
Yeah, and something
great driving here by Bryson.
Yeah. And something I've been able to pick up from just broadcasting is I've been able, like, I've learned to watch the cars and how they handle. And so if I see something repeating itself, I'm for sure can make a good judgment. Like I was watching MotoGP last weekend, and I was watching one of the drivers move up into third place, but every single corner you see him just pushing it just too much. You could see a wobble in the rear tire every single time he hit a corner. He made third place, but he's just not smooth. He's just so aggressive. He's unstable on his exits. And I'm like, that guy's probably going to wreck out. And if he doesn't, I'm going to be surprised. And then 5 laps later, the guy's back. He drops from P3 to to 20th position or something, and they're like, "Oh, he tipped over." I'm like, "Yep." just
a bit.
He's pushing his natural ability to race too far. And you can see that sometimes with people, like they keep hitting the same spot and just aren't. They need someone in their ear saying like, "Hey, you need to pump the brakes there. Like that's just too much. You're putting too much into it, and you're gonna hurt yourself in the sense of the long run and not finish the race."
And I want to go ahead and tell you that I am very infamous for that. I have a tendency to get really racy and try and emulate the person in front of me. And I have to tell myself sometimes, like, look, I understand you want to be that guy, but back it back and get back in your rhythm. Because we need to think about what you're doing in a situation like this. What's best in the best interest of the team picture? Going and trying to go over that razor's edge and possibly damaging the car, spinning out, losing time, or regressing back to your pace, managing your time, and then maybe you'll get an opportunity later when you get your faster guys in the car. These are all things you're constantly thinking about, and sometimes you have to put that lead foot aside and say, okay, let's be a little more sensible here.
Yeah.
It's very hard to get over.
No, it extremely is. But I want to point something out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 5 minutes away from 5 hours of the broadcast. It has been a full morning of racing. I hope people that are watching right now have enjoyed this. I know we are only following the core racing team, but that's what we do for these broadcasts is we follow our team and give them coverage. We're not here to broadcast the whole event. We're just here to broadcast our team and how they're doing and give you guys kind of an inside scoop on how these guys handle these courses and the amount of time and practice that goes into it and really the camaraderie that comes from it. And this is the fun part, is kind of rooting for your own team. Like I love to watch racing, but sometimes like it's such a wide view, I don't get to follow the guy that I want to watch. And being able to focus on one guy and follow, or one team and follow that whole team through a race is fun because you're constantly seeing everything that happens. You don't miss that one point of action. It's constantly on them. You're like, okay, where did they make mistakes? What did they keep it good? And you can, it's really, it's like watching football in the sense of you're able to root for them at all times because you see what's happening. You're not super, focused on the front pack and then to the rear and then back to the front kind of situation.
Right. Yeah, and good save there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Boy. I mean, when you're looking at a race like this, and we appreciate your coverage and your commentary insight you bring to these races. Like, I mean, it's sort of like when you're watching a NASCAR race or even other series where they have kind of the fixed camera, or I have Sirius satellite radio, so every kind of the weekend before the race, they're like, if you want to listen to the radio of Kevin Harvick, tune to this and that. It's kind of like that. You're able to listen in and listen to the drivers you're interested in. And the other dynamic is, like you've been doing, after we got out of the car, you're able to kind of bring us in and kind of talk to us about our experiences and listen to me ramble about how beautiful this track is and how much I love it. And I appreciate that and getting a platform for that.
No, it's always fun to have you guys talk about it because I can sit in the booth and yap all day, but what's really I think people enjoy is hearing from the drivers after they come off a run. Like, it's kind of like a podium speech in a way. You're like, oh crap, like I just had a run of my life. Like I'm curious to see. Like I don't know how well Bryson's mic's working, but if it's working decently, I know it's kind of cutting out earlier, but maybe after he logs out. of iRacing, it'll clean up. But I'm curious to see how he feels. He did, because I've seen him. He's firing from the hip right now. The way he's driving, he's very loose and very fast in the sense of like just hitting those corners as hard as he can, and he's trying to make up some position for Nick Nickerson right now, which is really what he needs to be doing, and that's fine. You know, we're at the final stretch. We're at the final 40 laps technically. You have to be pushing the billet now. Now's, you know, we're past the point to hold back, but now it's just pedal to the metal and let's go. You know, if we wreck out now, yeah, it sucks, but we're fighting for position.
Right. I mean, again, I'm very happy, even though we still have 40. Well, I know we're a few laps down, but there's still 40 laps left in this race, roughly.
Yeah.
I'm still very proud of how this team went. I mean, we started in 10th position. We managed our race. We went for positions we could get. Had someone needed to make some adjustments on pit road, get that car set up just right. Those things happen, and we're still running in the top 10, holding our own, and doing a great job of it. So I think at the end of the day, no matter what happens, this was a success. Just like at 12 hours, right? Was it 12 hours?
Yeah,
as well.
Sebring.
12 hour we had at
Bathurst.
Here at Bathurst. It was great. And then I think it was a duo of Bryson and Carl able to bring that home. I mean, looking at the endurance racing program of Core Racing League, there's some strength here.
Oh yeah, and there's and also room to grow too. You know, we have so many drivers to pull from that, you know, right now you have kind of like the top 4 road racers, you know, competing, but you know, sometimes maybe pulling from someone from a different background just either help crew, or you know, maybe they're just really good at one track. You know, you never know. A lot of, you know, NASCAR guys, that's an endurance race. You know, and that's a bread and butter thing where they have the endurance to drive it out. Maybe they need to learn to handle road courses better. That's fine, but you know, they have the ability to do 200 laps. You know, they're used to that rhythm, that method.
I think the other thing is, one of the things I talked about with like Carl, I think the whole team, I don't know if Nick was there, but I understand I'm not probably a savant when it comes to iRacing.
Or was it brakes?
I think someone hit the brakes, or maybe we got yellow flag. I don't know. Smoke has been a recurring theme, and that even happened during my run where I would see smoke, and I'm looking down the hill to see what happened to kind of be prepared for it.
I think it's either the person blinked and it's their tires retouching, and I know that smokes the tires in the sense of like visually. No, he's locking brakes.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah.
Smoking those wheels. Woo, boy.
But dude, he's fast. What is he?
He's
going
flying.
for the inside pass. Oh god, he's gonna push it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, boy.
What a run.
Bryson has a
still can't pass
nice
him.
seat for all this, but oof.
This is perfect for Bryson. He needs to catch up to that guy, and the guy can't pass.
Yeah. Like crazy. This is.
Run him down.
Yeah, they are racing hard right now as we wind down here. But while that has tamed a little bit, I'm just going to say the one thing I pointed out to the guys. I'm like, I understand I'm not probably the road course king in any stretch of the imagination, but I think the asset I can bring to a team is knowing the track just at a strong level. I have a strong knowledge of this place from when I ran on Forza Motorsport 6 for about 3 years, I guess. And I would do a lot of races here, so this track has become very familiar to me. I watch V8 Supercar, and I watch the races over and over to kind of learn about these cars and how they drive. So it's like, put me in a car, I will take that knowledge and then apply it to the car and bring an asset to the team. I think that's helped me so far.
No, it definitely does, and it's that passion to want to do better too. That's super important. You know, there's you got to have that you know, that passion to be there and want to do better and improve and seek for improvement, because that ability to shoot for improvement is the ability to, you know, be humble about, in the sense of like, hey, you're doing this wrong, fix it like this. And you're like, okay, like this. Like, yep, like that. You're like, perfect. Okay, I got it. Dude, that guy keeps smoking his tires. I don't know how his tires are holding on. Yeah. Like every time he's hit that corner, it's literally locked. I think he's trying to power slide it a little bit, but if that's what you're relying on to get around a corner, dude, I'm scared for you.
Yeah.
Because that's a weird strategy. And he does it again up here, I think, too. Is it right here? Yeah, it's this corner. Oh,
Yeah, he went in there a little more sensibly there. I mean, his tires, his last pit stop was about 14 to 15 laps ago, so those tires have some age on them. They are approaching their end of life, and when I looked at our wear, we had good, I think we managed our tire wear well, but I think the other kind of thing was there were some tires that were wearing a pretty good clip, so there is no double stinting tires. Why would you want to do that to yourself here?
Yeah,
but
I don't know why
to that
you
point,
would do that.
If you're even driving sensibly, you're using up those tires, so if you're really jamming on the brakes, you're sliding, I feel like you're just reducing the life of those tires and just making that car even more looser, but you got the position you wanted.
Hey, did the 12 just come out of the pits?
Not to my knowledge.
He just raced all the way up there. He just came out of nowhere. That's the leader, too.
Yes, sorry, yes. I thought he was already behind Bryson. His last pit run was about 6 laps ago.
I just wasn't.
So
is that DeWalt?
No,
is that the DeWalt team? It is. Ugh. Come on, you can't lose to the DeWalt team.
Yeah, I've committed a cardinal sin of iRacing, particularly endurance race. I don't have my trading paints on. So I am being very bad when it comes to that,
that's
so
fine.
I need to turn that on.
No, it's fine.
But I will get on that. No, I woke up and just got right in the car, like, I need to get some practice in, and then it was time to register.
Yep.
And then it's kind of like, you're wound up, and it's like, okay.
Oh, that guy
I forgot.
Do you know what might happen? With the 18 being so loose and having to hit the brakes pretty hard on those corners, the 12 might get into him. Because he's locking brakes, and that might cause... Oh, dude, that 12 needs to drive careful. I wouldn't drive that close to him. Not down the hill.
It's getting real dicey here, and like I said, they swing to the left to try and get that last inch of speed going into the chase. Ooh, boy.
I could see a brake check happening on, not on purpose, but definitely catching his front end. That put some space between me and him unless I got him to a straight and I could beat him. But that guy, like, locks and then locks. Yeah, see, there he goes again.
Oof.
Oh,
Boy,
that is so stressful. Good recovery, Bryson.
I wish I could see the percentages of his tires back there.
Eat
Man.
away. He's gonna cause an accident with that style of like just braking like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those you have to be heads up and just kind of be mindful of who's around you and seeing what everyone else is doing. And I think Bryson's doing a good job just kind of letting these guys go up here and do their own thing and go from there. You don't want to be in that traffic.
Yeah, not like that. Especially when you have two guys that are trying to push the issue, but one of them is locking up the brakes.
Right, absolutely.
No. And he's gonna step into the inside. Oh.
Right up that, holding right up there near the
DeWalt guy locked up his
turn.
brakes. Look at that. Look at the gap that's set. He's like, I can't pass this guy. He's too sketch. Oh my gosh. I want to go to Bryson's roll cage view so we can see what's happening in front of him.
My goodness.
Yeah, that guy put some space. I think he got scared. I would too.
Wise man.
I called it, man. That guy's so inconsistent with his braking that it's going to cause a problem down these corners. You got to beat him on a straight. And even then, he'd probably try to deep brake you in. That's what he's been doing the whole time. God, that's nerve-wracking.
Boy, howdy. And this is one of those tricky sections too, when you have this kind of situation going on. You're like, it's like you're trying to manage your own car, but your eyes are darting ahead, trying to peer over those walls to see what they're doing up there in case you need to react in a split second to try and avoid something happening up there.
Two for 1, 74 and 77.7. So that's second and fifth place.
Look at that! Look at that! Get some action there. Exiting the chase.
Oh my gosh! Those guys up ahead, both.
You called. You said something. I mean, you said that. Oof.
Yeah, and it's gonna happen. Look at that. He's hot on his tail. I wonder if we can catch a good shot of that. No, we're gonna stay with the team. But if it happens,
Oh, you're good.
we'll catch it on a pan. Oh, he's flashing him. He's like, "Let me pass."
And that's what happened to me at one point. Like, I saw the leader behind me flash me. I'm like, look, man, I'm going to let you go. Let's just do this in the cleanest way possible.
He didn't let him pass. Did he let him pass into the corners? He did. He let him up the corner. Okay. Darn it. I wanted that guy to stick to his guns. That would have really helped us out. Someone needs to hop in their race channel and be like, "You're holding up the leader. Please stay."
Hold him up for exactly 4 laps.
Can you do that for me right now? Because I'm gonna need you to.
How about a selective safety car, only affecting 1 car?
We need to call in a hit real fast.
It's totally fine. It's just like coming up to McGillivray Park, just be like, so look at all that debris. Ooh, where did that oil come from? You hate to see it.
Oh man, there's just bottles being thrown out on the track.
Oh man, it's a party time at the park up there at the top of the mountain.
Oh Jesus, that'd be scary.
So I mean, for you, from your racing experience, I mean, when you're looking at these kinds of endurance races, is this something you could see yourself doing or getting into? Would this be something you're willing to try?
I would love to try it. I am nowhere good enough to do that. I have
What
found.
is your wheelhouse? I feel like we haven't talked about your wheelhouse. What is your strength? My strength, I feel, is racing cars on these types of very intricate road circuits, with oval racing being where I started.
What I would consider my strength is actually being able to analyze and race against other people. I'm not the fastest, nor am I the best at racing. I've never been. I've never even been a diehard racing fan, and even now, it's sparked a fire. Like I really enjoy racing now that I broadcasted it. I thought it would actually burn me out on racing, to be honest. When I first started broadcasting, I was doing the trophy trucks and high octane, the pro trucks and high octane, and I hopped on with Core, and Core actually lit the fire because I got to see you guys do things that I've never really seen before, and that's probably what got me interested in racing to lean into it, to where because I've always been like an odd duck. I want to see people do things that never have happened. Come on, Bryson. And it made me like, oh, so you can do these on these tracks in this scenario. You can do that. It's a little bit different, but it's hard. But these guys adapt. And what I've always, or where I lean back, is like my experience as a paintballer and playing competitively across the nation. I have always loved the aspect of playing mind games and teamwork, and that's what I've always kind of enjoyed and learned, was how to play mind games with people. So like, I may not be the fastest, but I actually will probably beat you out of a corner because I'm pretty much gonna push you to deep brake. I'll choke you out of a corner if you're trying to pass me. I'm not the nicest driver, and so like for me, I really enjoy dirt track driving. That's been my favorite of like during dirt oval. I feels pretty natural to me in the way the car drives. I'm getting better at road course. Whenever I want to relax and unwind, I actually drive the IR18 or the D12 at the Nürburgring, the 24-hour circuit.
Now, one would say that is not the most relaxing car to drive and not the most relaxing circuit. That is insane.
The reason I find it relaxing is because I don't have to. So most driving on short tracks is it's muscle memory, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't have to muscle memory that at all. It's more of a heads-up driving. So instead of, I feel like I'm learning how to handle a corner that I don't know about, and I'm learning in the long run how to be a reactive driver instead of someone that has just learned and then thrown into a mix. I'm like, okay, what do I do now? And so it's kind of like learning your I'm like learning your what's the word? Your, like, for any sport, you always fall back onto your I can't think of the word. Your core like skills. Learning your basic skills. That's what it is. It's like learning your basic skills. I've never really had anyone teach me any of that. So like, I have to learn how to take apexes. I have to learn how to do this. Like at one point, I thought an apex was only one line on a track. There's like only one apex, and that's all I could do, or on a corner.
Right.
And then I started watching videos on it and people talking about it, and I was like, wait a minute. The apex is just where you cross that line, and it's what you set. So you can go deep and change your apex. You can go short and change your apex. And so that like opened up my brain to like, okay, well then, how do I want to drive? And I find that I like to deep brake into corners. I like going in and whipping around and then having a nice long stretch out instead of cutting in short and then having to kind of slowly accelerate out. I like to be able to just gun it and go. So it's just personal preference. I would love to try an endurance race, but I would need to spend probably the 3 to 4 times the amount of time that this race lengthwise is, just to get down to be comfortable with it. Oh no, come on Bryson, good recovery. Oh, that's Nick.
Yes.
Hot swap to Nick. Look at him go. Oh, that makes sense. First time on the track. We'll see how it handles.
We've all been there.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh,
what's Bryson doing? I'm like, oh wait, it's Nick in the booth. Okay, or it's Nick in the seat. But no, I'm still discovering what I really love. I love the handling of Indy cars. I like the fact that they stick. You can drive them. You can drive them pretty aggressively. High speed sticks to a lot of corners, and then what they also teach you is throttle management at very low speeds when you have no downforce. Where a GT car is that's the GT realm, is learning how to manage that large amount of horsepower when you have to take a really sharp corner multiple times. And that's something that like I'm getting better at, but it's it's a work in progress. I don't really race that much because I mainly just spend time broadcasting. So like my free time that I might pop in and race against some guys, I spend broadcasting. So it's if I had more free time and I solely broadcasted and I had free time, I'd probably be putting before every race I broadcasted probably about 2 to 3 hours of practice on that race ahead of time. And just to get with it and figure it out. So it's when there's time, I'll do it and I'll have fun. But I also have to manage my my real life priorities, and so that's overshot. But I really like road courses. But I've never been good at them. So that's like I'm like, road courses are so cool. I'm like, but I suck.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Like the best way I can explain how Nürburgring goes for me, like when I hop on it, every single corner I probably drive. It's like when you play like Mario Brothers, like back in the day where you missed a jump and your guy died and you come back and do it again and you finally get around it. That's how every corner for Nürburgring for me is. It's first corner, overshot it, restart. Second corner, or first corner, I made it past it. Second corner, overshot, restart. And so like my repetition is like I have to keep taking the corner over and over again until I'm able to complete it, and then it improves as I'm going through. So I'm kind of like I have to hammer down every single subject before I can take the next one.
Right.
So it's interesting. It's probably a different driving thing than other people do. I feel like a lot of people hit a track and they take it easy and then they figure it out and like, okay, I can hit it here. I have to do it like corner by corner.
And that's just a different way of learning. I mean, for me, it's about, if it depends on the track, I need to get out there and learn, kind of figure out, one, the course to get that muscle memory down. Once I get that down, then finding the nuances, learning the breaking points, finding those different things. That's what I'm going through with Road Atlanta, because I've run Road Atlanta. I ran it a lot on Forza 6, but time-wise, that was about 3 years ago. So I'm really out of practice with that track, so I'm having to kind of go back, relearn the track, and it's almost like you go in a learning mode and you're gradually upping your pace to just get to that race pace. You're kind of like, all right, a little bit of tiptoeing around here. It's like, all right, let's throw it around a little bit around the corners I know. And then eventually your goal is to get to that, okay, I got this track down. Let's get to it and let's get the gas down.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's honestly like, so like my brother and my brother-in-law, all growing up, like they had Gran Turismo and racing games, and that's what I grew up watching them do, is pretty much compete in Gran Turismo. So it would be, they came over and they would start racing each other, And then, you know, I'd throw down a lap and they beat me, and then they'd go back to racing because that's just the way they did things. Is you had to race your way in, so the little kid can't play anymore.
Right.
So, you know, I never really enjoyed that. That was what deterred me from racing because I was never good at it. I was like, well, I don't have the practice and I can't play the game, so I'm going to go do other things. But, you know, even when we go like kart racing, those two are so competitive and behind each other, and they know their corners and stuff like that. And me, I'm just like, if I follow someone, I'm pretty fast. I can keep up with someone.
Right.
But if I get in front of them, I start making mistakes because I don't know what really I'm doing, and I have to mimic someone else doing something to kind of understand it. So it's more visual learning and repetition than just natural knowing how to take corners and drive it. But it was funny. My brother called me actually mid-broadcast when you and Nick were talking about G-Sync. He came over last night, and I set up the racing simulator for him in the family room. And so him and his son were driving it, and he's like, dude, that's insane. He's like, I never thought that racing could be that more intuitive, and you could really learn a track before even touching it. He's all, that's like in real life, like this is an amazing tool to have. He's like, I couldn't understand why, like, he's all, my back end would break loose and my wheel would get light, and I'm used to like games where you can mash the pedal and pull yourself out. He's like, you can't do that. Like, I put throttle into it and it would spin. He's like, that's insane. That's like so opposite of what, you know, most games teach you. And so he's like, he's like, I can't have one of these at home. He's like, I wouldn't stop playing.
Right.
He's like, this is so cool. I'm like, I know, it's pretty awesome. Especially with all the different cars and tracks you get to drive on.
God, yes.
Oh my gosh. It's amazing. Like I still love, like, my favorite track is always always will be Laguna Seca. But that's because on Forza I used to drive the it's like Forza 2 or Forza 3. They had a muscle car classic, and they didn't dock you for points for this, and I don't know why. But with the muscle cars, you could jump over the corkscrew and land it cleanly. So I used to jump the corkscrew and gain like 5 positions.
You know what sensible racers do,
right? Well, my suspension can handle it, so let's go.
God, that's the epitome of full send.
Yeah,
if I've ever
literally would gas it towards that jump and not brake, and I would clear the fence. At like 150 or 160, just clear the fence and then land it. It was so much fun. A lot of first places in that race.
My God. You're the guy who does that, and I just roll my eyes and go, why am I doing this to myself?
Right? That's ridiculous.
My God, come on.
Yeah. But
I will say I am very happy with this my computer. It has survived its first endurance race so far.
Well,
I'm very happy.
Did you just build a new one?
Huh?
Did you just build a new one?
Yes, I built it 2 months ago.
Oh, what'd you build?
What did my friend tell me to buy that one day? And I bought it like a fool.
You go AMD or Intel?
Intel.
Okay.
Yes. Intel, I think it's like 9600.
Okay, so
I don't need something crazy.
So you went with an i5 9600K, probably.
Yes.
Then I'm
32 gigs of
assuming
RAM.
perfect. Well, 32 is a little overkill, but if you're doing editing, that's perfect.
I want overkill because exactly.
Yeah.
Because if I'm doing like Photoshop
Editing and
again
stuff,
or
yeah.
Premiere, I want that power in my pocket.
Yep.
2070 Super.
Perfect.
I was like, I don't want to go crazy.
Yeah, and those supers are honestly better than some of the cards out there in the sense of like the boards they put them on are, oh my God.
You stay over there.
Yeah. Stay in that wall, sir.
Look, I literally just sat here like thinking it would do something. Heisman the car over, like, you stay over there.
I just sometimes
like,
I start to lean. I start to lean. I'm like, no.
Oh my God. Can't have that. But
No.
yeah, and it's all-in-one, water-cooled.
Perfect. Oh, I don't know if you know this, but I just learned this about water cooling.
Yes.
Did you mount the radiator tubes up high or low?
Up.
Flip
High?
it. Flip it. Put the tubes low if you can if it fits.
Whew, it doesn't.
Yeah. So what happens
doesn't
is
quite work that way because the card
gets in the way.
graphics card, it's literally this slab of concrete blocking the entire lower half of the case.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm in. But apparently, I just learned this. All the air bubbles catch up in the top area, so you get motor whine. So it actually it cools a little bit better, but it also prevents the more noise that you wouldn't hear with the pipes full. So it half fills the cooler, and the reason you want it flipped is because you want the air to pocket on the side that's not with the pipes, so that it's being forced over, and the air stays up high, where it's now pocketing by the opening where the pipes are, so you're actually getting less flow. I just found that out, so like I built mine wrong. I built both mine wrong, but it still cools. Like I sit at like, when I'm doing this, I think I sit around like 60 C to like 70 C, which is perfect.
I set it consistently at like, I'll tell you right now, actually.
I'd pull it up, but I don't know if it's going to pop up on the main screen.
I wouldn't do that because you're doing something. I sit at, right now, in car with Bryson, is at 56.
Yeah,
and
which is
55.
perfect.
So
That's a nice, cool machine.
I very rarely, if ever, crack 60 with this beautiful box of a PC. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, I do the same, but it's kind of like one of those things like not food for thought, but hindsight's 2020.
Yeah.
I never knew that, and it's never been dictated in the instruction sheets or anything like that of like, this is what you're supposed to do. But apparently that's how you make them even quieter, because some people are like, well, motors, the water coolers are kind of loud. Well, that's apparently why, is because there's an air gap that builds and sound travels through it. So.
And for me,
interesting.
It's like, look, I've built my first PC and it booted the first time and it works.
That's the greatest feeling.
Oh my god. My first rule when building the PC was, don't do what the Verge video did, and you'll be fine.
Oh god.
And I didn't do anything what that video did, and my computer works.
I can't believe they posted that.
That has to be for the meme. It had to have been. There's no way that was real.
That kid looks so serious. Like I'm not I can build PCs, and I've built people PCs.
Yes, sir.
But oh man, dude, I saw him touch that thing. I was like, that kid shouldn't touch a PC.
Oh boy.
Like, no, dude.
Well, remember, he's putting the radiator on. It's just like, these screws are really long. So it's like,
no.
I've never built a PC. That seems wrong.
Like that. That's for the fans, man. Don't touch that.
I was like, this seems wrong. Save this video.
If
You'll
1
need
and
this
2,
later.
if 1 + 1 = 3, you should go back to the drawing board. There's something wrong, man. It just doesn't add up.
Oh man.
But no.
So yes, this computer is great. It's been.
That's awesome.
I think the update had a bit of an issue where the computer would just he's taking inspiration from Laguna Seca, just getting a couple wheels off the ground.
Yeah, makes you faster.
Yeah. The recent iRacing update, I think, had some conflicts with my computer that caused it to literally just completely turn off. So that was a problem, but I reinstalled and it's been fine ever since.
Yeah, that update kind of like shook me a little bit, because it was just I don't
it was
like.
A lot.
Yeah, it was a lot in the sense of like that they changed a lot and for everything.
Yes, sir. Oh my god, you're telling me.
Like I got sweaty because I was like, oh man, are they gonna change all my cameras? Are they gonna wipe my cameras? Like I have hours and hours spent on doing cameras for tracks, and now I have to do them all over again. Luckily, none of that happened. Everything seemed to be okay, except for some of the cars they updated. They got rid of the car cameras, so I have to do them all over again.
Wow.
So some of the cars got got their car cameras wiped or their file changed, and it's actually a separate folder now. So and also Charlotte. Like was it Charlotte? No, it was a recent track I went to do cameras on, and I had no cameras. Then I clicked on the folder to like save one, and it had something saying old. It created a separate directory of old cameras for the past update. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, I found that out like mid trying to put up cameras, and I was like saving them, and then I was like, oh wait, why is there an old file? And I'm like, oh, there's all my cameras.
Right.
So they directoried a lot of, or like they created separate directories for a lot of the older camera sets.
Ow.
So for anyone out there that does broadcasting, check your files and click on old first before you make a new set, because you freaked out that you had your sets gone. It's still there. It's just hiding.
Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, it was a big change because we're now going to the, if I'm not mistaken, it's called the iRacing UI. So that was a big change. And for me,
still haven't switched over. I'm not.
Well,
I'm an old dog when it comes to specific things.
I switched, and it instantly put fear in me when I decided to join the team for this race today, because I've had bad experiences with the team's functionality of iRacing, and it cost me a spot at a Sebring.
Yeah.
So I was like, how do I join this race without screwing myself over?
Right, or messing up the team.
Yes. So I went in this morning, and I started to join, and it asked me for, like, what car would you like? I'm like, no. This doesn't seem right. So I stopped, and then I had to hunt around in the team's menu, and they had the session there.
Yeah.
Like, in the menu. So I'm like, that's helpful. And I was able to join. I'm like, okay, good. Let's not have another disaster where I go home, lay in bed crying that I can't run this race.
Right.
Not that happened at Sebring. Allegedly.
I can admit, no, I can't admit nor deny that it did not happen.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Right? Oh my gosh. That's funny. But yeah, it's the new update's something. We'll see how it pans out. I think it'll be okay. I don't see too many issues with it, but definitely it brought a little bit different feeling to iRacing and how everything sets up.
I mean, I just have bad luck with the updates anyway. Last year, I think my keyboard stopped working, so I couldn't use any of my keys on my keyboard at all. And they were just like, we don't know what's wrong. I'm like, neither do I. So I had to map everything to the wheel as best I could, and it's just like, well,
oh my gosh.
Here's hoping I just get 4 tires for this stop. Thank God tire limits weren't a thing at that point.
Right? Now
Because
they
I would
are.
have been screwed.
Yeah.
Do you want tires? No. Tires on. Dang it.
How dare you?
It's like, all right, cool, I guess. So, thankfully, it worked itself out. So I think everything is pretty good now.
One thing I've noticed that iRacing changed for the good. I haven't seen anyone have the sound issue anymore. Have you noticed that?
Now, what is the sound issue?
The sound issue is when you load up in the game and you accidentally click the options instead of garage, and your audio completely dies off.
Wow, I've never seen it.
I've had that happen multiple times on 2 different PCs, and have had other people have that. And what you have to do is you have to go into your sound options, select a different audio source, and then select back the one that you're using, and the sound will come back.
What the heck? That's a bit much. I didn't realize that was even a thing.
Yeah, I think it was like in April that was happening, like off and on. I had to do it like multiple times for races.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's little things you learn from the other side.
Right. I've noticed they've been rolling out a few of these, I guess, hot fixes, and there's been downtime for maintenance and things like that. So I guess they're trying to iron out the kinks there. But overall, I think it's a stable update. It
seems pretty good.
But I feel like you're always going to you have the 1% like me, where you go to do a race and the computer is just like, no, off, and completely shuts off. I'm like,
right?
That's a problem. You weren't doing that yesterday.
Why?
And then you're sitting here, because I have like the glass case, I'm just like looking at everything going, which one of you is causing this? But it's like none of you.
Yeah. Oh.
But I really didn't want that to happen today. And I was like,
What was it shutting off the PC completely, or just not letting you load?
Shutting down the computer completely.
There's an issue with iRacing and their easy cheat software.
Oh, whoops.
No, their anti-cheat.
I was so good.
Yeah, their anti-cheat software doesn't like RGB lighting software on computers.
Oh, whoops.
So your RGB lighting will be detected as a cheating software if it's running in the background, and Easy Cheat won't let you load the game. I've had that happen a couple times when I go to they seem to fix it. But oh yeah, ouch.
Yeah. I paid for the RGB. I'm going to use the RGB. Thank you. Signed, Michael.
They seem to have fixed it because RGB is working now, and I haven't had it tell me I can't load a game.
That's crazy. That's very interesting.
But that was an Easy Cheat software problem. Easy Cheat, the the anti-cheating software had an issue with it where they were detect that any third-party like lighting and stuff, because that's what people were doing for video games, is they would download like a lighting app, but instead it had aim hacks or something on it that would run in the background. Oops, I didn't know. So
this is iRacing, not Warzone. Relax, people.
Yeah. So there's just like little things that whoa. Did you see him step out on that corner?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's very common there on that corner. I mean, it's because that corner is weird, and it's I still couldn't figure out even it today. Because if you go in there in third, it feels like you're getting no bite off. You go in there in second, it just wants to nose it into the pedigree side. So there is no winning in turn two. It's
just gotta pick your poison, man.
Yeah, it's like I think me and Carl talked about it. When you're going to that corner, you're like, okay, we'll attack in second. The sheer amount of wheel spin essentially negates everything you probably would have gained from being in that gear, because the car is just like spinning its wheels, trying to get that traction, start launching toward the top of the hill.
Oh, Jesus.
It's something.
Yeah. Nick's been taking these corners a little harder.
When you have confidence in the car, and the car accepts what you're doing, I think like you're able to do that more.
I'm also noticing
do it more in practice.
He's like locking his front tires on some of those corners, but for a momentary split second. But it looks like he's using it to pull himself around. It looks like he's coming up on the 13. Where are you at, 13? Oh, you're farther behind. That's Los Rapidos Racing Team.
Considering our car looks pretty okay.
No, it looks good. It's not too bad.
Considering it looks okay. Our nose looks great. It looks very clean.
Just don't go for any side angle shots. Oh, look, there it is.
We don't do that. No, what?
There's the giant white bar on the right side.
Is that like a Bathurst stripe or like the Darlington stripe? Now, does that mean we've driven hard, that we've earned that?
Yeah.
I think so.
Dude, Carl got so lucky with that slide out at the top of the
one?
I think he was coming down the hill and the car slid left, and it's that kind of a 90-degree turn, and he slapped it and went off of it like full speed.
Yes.
It's like, what? Oh, I thought he was done. I was like, oh no, and then he just he kept going in the whole position. I was like, all right. I'll accept that.
It's like, oh my God. Sometimes you hit the wall and you just kind of go, man, I hope that didn't break anything. Man, I hope that wasn't expensive.
Well, I liked that mirror. Oh, but no, you guys seem to survive pretty decently without too many accidents. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh, we're 5 hours and 35 minutes into this broadcast.
Wow. I mean, full power, full call to you, man. You were up here at what time does your broadcast day start? Because like I know I've worked in TV, so it's like it's not like you flip a switch and you're just ready to go. When did you start having to get ready for this broadcast? Because we know you're at a different time.
So this was a flip switch broadcast. Since it's more of a fun one, I didn't do any prep work. I have everything already set. So I try to keep everything like smooth. So like I have presets for a lot of stuff. So like Core Racing has their own presets, so I don't really have to do too much on that end. But like I actually slept in. I was trying to get myself up at 4:30 a.m. to get everything ready and like kind of sit down and review the track, maybe put some laps down and kind of get a feel for it. But I woke up at 5:50, so I was like, oh my gosh, gotta get ready. Oh no, Nick steps out. Good recovery though.
A little bit of a drift there.
Yeah.
Good save. I don't even think he touched the wall there.
No. But I woke up at 5:30. I was broadcast was live at 6:10. So I have a third-party broadcasting service I use for like multicasting. So I have to make sure that's ticked on. Even though we're not multicasting today, everything points to that end and then multicasts out. So, I have to make sure I set up all the videos, get that going. Luckily, you guys already had some pictures, so I could use that as a thumbnail. So I resized a photo in in like a couple minutes, resized a photo, kicked that out, turned on that software, made sure that the link was ready. I don't know, it's about like 20-30 minutes of work. It depending, how familiar I am with it and how often I have to do it, but it's Nice recovery on the. Ooh, he's going to take him out on the top of the hill. Get him.
I'm keeping an eye on things. I heard the spotter make a call, so I was trying to see if I could see what was ahead of him, but it looks like the track is cleared out.
Hope so. But yeah, no, there's for this race, there's no real prep work. This is kind of a fun event for me. Like, even though it's an endurance race and it's an endurance broadcast, I look at it as kind of like a sit down with the drivers and let's chit chat and talk about it, and let's recap on a lot of things that has happened to us out in the racing world.
Right.
As a group. Yeah.
He is smoking. But good on him, letting us go by. Very good.
Yeah, smooth call there. Stick to your left. So, and he goes for the pass. Nice.
God, Nick is just real. Well, I've watched him on that exit there. I was trying to do the same thing, but man, he's keeping that car so straight and getting such great launches off of Forest Elbow into the straight. I'm like, wow, that looked good.
I like this corner he comes up on the straight. He always pops the tire up. Every single time has popped his tire.
Man, all right.
Like clockwork.
3 wheels.
See, look at that.
Jesus.
Boom. Every single time.
Man.
Pops it.
Like, all right. That's when you can tell that's someone that has confidence in the car. They know the car's going to respond. We saw he had a little bit of an issue here at this the final turn here, but he got it back up. But overall, you can tell he's very confident with that car. He knows that the car's going to respond when he gives it something to do, and it's paying off right now. He's getting a great pace.
So something I'm going to point out to a lot of people out there. So our pit time is like what, 40? Oh wow, that's a 30-second pit. Did we not grab tires? Is that a straight driver swap?
May have been just a driver swap and not a full tank of fuel.
So we might be set for the last round.
Perhaps. I'm not sure. So
yeah,
I have to go back and ask them. But
we'll leave it to the unknown because that makes it more interesting. But
yeah, it was a very short stop. I'm looking at the scoring. It's like they were stopped for only a few seconds, like 23 seconds, which the driver change is not that long when you're looking at the timing because it shows you driver change, pit time, and damage repair. So it could have been just getting tires on that thing and putting enough fuel in it to get it to the end and finishing out the race.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I'm saying. I think they prepped to finish the race and they're just going to run it out.
Yeah. Yep.
And so that was one thing I was going to point out is we did our 6th pit. Everyone else that's up in the front either just pitted or they're all in their 5th pit. So we're seated to see how far we can get with this last run. And Nick running down drivers right now is making up time. You know, we're not running as fast as some of the guys out there, but we're definitely in a competitive split to get around people. So this is going to be interesting on how much time we can make up and what the other teams decide to do and if they make a mistake going into the pits.
Right. I think something else is while we are running 9th and we're a couple laps down, I think the other thing is even though we're in that position, you still need to make these key passes. So we're still fast. We're a very quick car, and we still need to negotiate past some of these cars, and everyone's done a good job of doing that. I had to do it a few times in my run. Bryson and Nick and Carl all had to do the same thing. Carl was a little more challenging because a lot of his racing was for track position. Here, I feel like maybe there's another challenge here because you're having to negotiate for position traffic at times and also that lap traffic that's slower, faster. So many dynamics here. You're watching your relative trying to learn what color is the car coming up behind me, so I know if it's ahead of, if it's on the lead lap or ahead of me in laps, or are they behind me?
I think Nick just likes popping up his tires.
I think so.
Yeah, that's just what's going on. He's like, I'm just gonna get air. He just
all right, cool.
lift. He's just showing. He's like, look at this, guys. Check this out. Whoop, lift again. Can you do that? I don't think you can. Lift again.
Jesus, man.
He's just
throw
down.
down.
I know. There he goes again. Just popping tires. He's just going for it.
He has faith in that car, and that's what I like to see. And again, I think we made some good adjustments to this car. Well, I'm not going to take credit for it. I think the car that we were given and that we got our hands on definitely has some adjustments made to it. I think they suit well to the race conditions we're in right now because they're cooling down, and we're down in the 80s here. That means that track's going to get some more grip, even though it's probably max use. It's just rubbered up, but these temperature drops, the grip of the car changes so quickly. And when you feel that cloud cover come over and the track starts cooling down, it's like, oh yeah, I can wheel this thing a little more.
Yup. That's what we're seeing
so
right now.
he might be in that situation, yeah, where he's like, all right, I can feel that grip in the car and in the track. I can do a little more with this thing. And I think if you want an example of it, him leaving Forest Elbow, just the way he's able to get back in the gas so cleanly. The rear of the car is very stout, stable.
Yes. Yep.
He's got a great line exiting that corner.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. It's very, very solid the whole way through. You can see it where he's, like I said, exiting those corners, and it's rock solid. It's not fishtailing as much, and it's really sticking.
He loves that curve.
I told you, dude. He pops every single time.
And now I don't feel bad because I was like, maybe I shouldn't be hitting that. But now, like Nick is doing, I'm like, okay, he's fast. I'm just going to do what that guy does because he knows more than me. Okay.
Yeah, he's just popping corners. He's like, I can do that. Just cut the corner a little bit.
That's all right. It's all right.
Oh, look at that.
I mean,
28.837 on worn tires. Damn.
The man is flying. He's flying around here right now, and I'm sure he's seeing your scoring. Like, I mean,
yeah,
it's one of the fastest laps around here right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. A lot of people are running 209s to 210s, and he just threw down a 208. And he's getting faster too. That's the thing. I'm watching his lap. He's 400ths off our fastest lap on fresh set of tires and a fresh car. So
he is doing a phenomenal job up there. I mean, again, when I think about the Bathurst 12-hour we had here in January, that last run, I mean, he did a lot of work. Yes, it was a body of work, but he did a lot of work in that final run. I guess you'd say that run toward the end, and he really helped us solidify that second place spot, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was a bit of a battle there for that podium spot, and there was a risk we could fall back to third or even fourth, and he really did some great work out there. I think he may have did a double stint, I think he stayed out there for a double, and we were able to get that job done. So I feel like he's a great closer. He can get out there, he understands the race situation, and he puts that car where it needs to be as he's closing up on this car as we approach the return to the Conrad Straight.
Yeah, and I think the reason why is he's a risk taker. I think Nick's willing to take that risk and kind of, risk it for the biscuit situation, but he's got a lot of confidence behind his driving ability that taking that risk is acceptable, in the sense of you don't have to really work. Sorry, that guy braking so early made me nervous. Yeah, right there, boom, deep brakes the guy, even though the guy braked a mile away. Oh, I guess we're getting ready for the bits. And yeah, it's just being that confident to pop your tire on a 90-degree corner like that.
Right.
I would have hit that wall every single time if I did that. And Nick's just like, oh, let's just slide it. Okay, we're good.
Oh my gosh. I mean, when you're watching the guys in the, I'm going to say doing this race on iRacing, I already had an appreciation for the work that the V8 Supercar drivers do in this race and all their races. Like I said, I'm going to watch the Bend, their races this weekend. I'm going to watch them when I missed overnight and enjoy that. But doing this actual race and these cars at this track has really given me an appreciation for the hard work that goes into wheeling these cars around this track, because it is not easy. And doing it in a team format where you're having to rely on someone else who is also driving the car, and you're the points guy, you are the one running for the championship. You're relying on that person to do a good job and be clean for you until you get back in the car. Oh my God. And the mental conditioning, the physical conditioning, I can't wait to the 2020 Bathurst 1000, which is coming up very soon. And I'm going to have a great appreciation for that.
Oh yeah. Flash, 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 flash. Flash, 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 flash.
I don't think he has a hood or a front.
I'm in the roll cage view right now, so I don't. Oh, did he actually flash him?
No, I didn't see him flash him.
Oh my gosh!
Ooh boy!
I'm about to slap you. Jesus! I will come out of this booth and I will punch you in the face for doing that.
Oh man! He does not have the confidence setup that
He made me nervous.
That exit was not very stout for the hold in there approaching the straightaway.
Oh, that's something I wanted to ask you guys. Why the Ford Falcon?
Yes. I don't know, to be honest. If you go on my Instagram, I posted like this joking kind of pic of me running around in the Holden in the V8 Supercar, kind of like, oh, will I be running this race this weekend? But then later I found out they're running the Ford. Like, oh, okay. I don't know why they picked it.
America.
Oh, I don't notice much of a difference.
But from the legacy,
did.
from the legacy ones, I can notice a difference. From the new ones, I don't know. I don't know from the new ones. I haven't driven them yet. This is my first time actually seeing them. But the legacy ones, they both drove differently. I think the Falcon was always really loose and the Holden was tight on cornering.
Yeah.
And so you had to pick, you know, do you want to drive tight? Do you want to drive loose? Where do you want your acceleration? How do you want to handle? So.
Right. Yeah, I think, I don't know if it was preference. I'd have to ask them after the race, but they decided on the Ford, and I didn't have the Ford because I only bought the Holden just to kind of play around with them. So
yeah,
it wasn't a big deal for me. I was like, all right, well, that's what we're driving. I think they handle, to be honest, very similarly. I drove the Holden one night for a few hours, then I drove the Ford, and I really didn't notice much of a difference. And now I can't say that and go back to the Holden because then my mind will be always skewed toward the comfortability of this car.
Right. Yeah, so I was just curious about that because, you know, car choice is always important, and same thing like when you guys were doing the GT3 series. You know, one thing I've noticed with the AMG or the Mercedes is that honestly, I think that driving style suited a lot of you guys since you have a little more probably background in the sense of oval driving than more people on the road, where the AMG kind of drives like a muscle car in the sense of like that back end wants to let loose on those corners, but like I was showing my brother, I was like, you can break this thing so hard into a corner and beat a lot of those guys out because yes, your back end breaks loose on acceleration in and out of the corner, but if you deep brake and you exit with a straight run, you're gone. You just fly, and that's one thing those like Ferraris and mid-engine cars don't really have is they don't have the ability to swing that front end through and hit it.
Yeah, that was for me. I drove the Ferrari first, and it was okay. It was it was okay. The rear I felt was a little light because of, again, the mid-engine situation, but overall, I found the car to be okay. Like you said, the AMG. Oh my god, it was like night and day. Just it felt similar to this, but obviously the AMG has a little more control with it because of the features in it.
Yep.
You're able to adjust that traction control and things like this. This car, I feel, tries to do that. It lets you know, like, hey, you're over your limit there, and if you kind of let off, it'll catch itself.
Yep.
I feel it's a little more forgiving than, say, a NASCAR Cup car, where it's like, when that hits, you're kind of just going off into the sand trap.
Bye-bye. You break loose, you're gone. Yeah,
that's solid stuff for Nick there, too. Very quick, another 37 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, beat everyone out of there. Jesus. But, yeah, that's one thing I've always, like, you guys have always made very interesting car choices where I think a lot of people, but I think that plays into your guys' like driving style. You guys drive, it's going to sound weird, but you guys like to drive cars that are real drive and also are a little loose. And the front end you can use to drag into the corner is what I've seen. So you guys drive that kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, like a front heavy car that allows you to kind of drag the brake and pull it in ever so slightly, and then have just the acceleration to punch past people too. That's the biggest thing, is really having a straight run where you can catch someone or you can get off the corner better than them, and so that it's that, you know, better than having an all-around good car, having one that has say a weakness but at the same time has a huge advantage is super important, because you remember your weakness and you're okay, well, I can't do this, but I can beat this person every single time I do this. And that's what you aim for. You aim for that edge that you have over them, which is beating them to a corner, beating them around a corner and shooting out, where maybe they can take corners faster in repetition, like they're taking, like, say, a chicane or a left and right, but you can really catch them on the straights, and you can beat them on a straight run into a hairpin turn.
I think for me personally, I like a car that has a slight bit of looseness into it. Not a lot, just enough. I want the car to let me be able to take the reins a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel like I'm a passenger in the car where the car is kind of like saying, this is what we're going to do. We're going to hold to this type of driving, this style, and that's that. I want the car to give me a little bit of freedom to kind of be able to kick it around a little bit. If the grip is there, I can kind of take advantage of it. I feel if you go with a setup that's a little more rigid, or a car that's a little more rigid, you're losing that advantage. And I think that goes back to, at least for me, the experience of driving, like I said, a lot of rear-wheel drive cars and driving in NASCAR.
Yep.
Those are the things you look for. Being a little loose is fast.
Exactly.
Having that looseness there is fast. Being tight is generally, not all the time, but generally slower. You want that bit of freedom in the car to kind of, I guess, move along a sliding scale of being a little loose to being probably neutral. And I think this Ford gave us that. There were times it kicks out and it gets a little angry, but overall, it would respond. It understood what we were trying to do. It would respond in kind, but it also has stability in these key sections, like going through the top of the mountain, which whatever adjustments they made in the car last night really gave us stability going through the top of the mountain.
Yeah, and I think it actually helps a lot for your downhill too, because that weight's so far forward that when you're braking, you can kind of, like I said, you can use the nose as kind of an anchor around the corners. And those mid-engine cars, it really, like, yes, you're equal on all technically, like, on all four tires, but
yeah,
that also is a bad thing, because if you're braking loose, most likely all four tires are braking loose, because you don't have that weight distribute, or that weight so equal that it's pretty much like equal across the board of tires breaking off. So it's, at least that's my understanding of it, is if you have such an equal scale that if one is at the breaking point, all of them are at the breaking point. At least with something that's maybe, say, front heavy, or has more grip in the front tires and less grip in the rear, or vice versa. You know that if you're getting loose, like, hey, this is how I counter steer it and get it back on. I'm not completely unhooked and like bye, like you know what I mean? Like you're not sending it.
Right, and like I said, this car has been really fun to drive in that regard. I haven't tried the Holden setup with this, tried a Holden car with this setup, so I can't say would it be any better or worse. But I can at least say this car was extremely stable. But of course, when you're dealing with tire fall off, a really slick track, a very hot track, those things are going to come into play and play more of a factor in how the car drives. But as you've learned from covering and broadcasting NASCAR, you need to be able to have a setup that can chase the track. If you're not doing it already during pit stops, you need to have a setup that's going to be flexible for the time of day when you want to be fast. So here, there was no point maybe making the car too tight, because we know this track is going to get real slick, as we saw there under braking, a little bit of wiggle there going into two. You want that car to have that flexibility in case the track gets a little too tight, because then you don't want to start losing time because you went the wrong way anticipating the track driving a certain way.
Exactly.
You want to kind of leave it neutral in this situation, because for me, I think the track is actually at points easier to drive than I've done in practice, because the weather changed. And that's something when you're dealing with dynamic weather, you can't really predict. So
yeah, the only thing you can count on is the track rubbering in, and that's where you have to kind of put your chips a little bit.
And also understanding that there's a kind of like a curve in terms of temperature, where we understood getting in the car, standing start, we're going to be coming in, this race will be starting as we're rising up that bell curve of temperatures. So we knew that first hour we're going to be approaching 100, 110. I think we topped out around 111. And it's like, okay, and then once we hit 1 o'clock, we're past the high of the day. Because once you're on iRacing, you kind of memorize, like, you got noon, afternoon, late afternoon. It's like, all right, now we're transitioning into that next part of the curve, which is a little flatter. And you start gradually going down toward afternoon, which is where we are now. And now the track temperature is about almost 20 degrees cooler than when we started. So you want that car to be able to adapt to that situation of having a cooler racetrack while still slick, but there's going to be a little more grip there for you. So you don't want the car to be too tight then, because now it's just going to plow when you go into those corners.
Right. Yeah, and I think you're hitting it spot on, where you have to really kind of pick where you want your game to be, and I think you guys have a strong late game, so you want to set up that car to be ready for the late game run, and be be present and trying to make up time or trying to just catch the guy, because some people might feel like they have a strong early game and they could set the pace and they can get away after the first pit.
Right. So
sorry.
Like you're fine. You need some coffee or anything? You good?
I'm on my third cup of coffee.
Oh man.
So.
Boy. Yeah, I will say, like I said, this car has been great. And I think the way they set it up now, I hope it's the car that that Nick needed for this stage of the race. Kind of, like I said, a cooler scenario, the coolest part of the day, knowing that we're approaching the end of the race, and the fact that they may not have put a lot of fuel in that car, just enough to get to the end.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but like I said, that car's gonna be a little lighter earlier in the run, so that's something you have to keep in mind. I think we talked about that preparing for Nürburgring. Yeah, and practicing here, but also preparing for Nürburgring is knowing that. So with iRacing, getting into Nürburgring for a second while we're kind of following this. So when you wreck or crash or kind of stop your car and park, they kind of stage you somewhere else on the circuit, but they give you all your fuel back. So it's not like you go back to pit road necessarily. You start from a certain point on the track and get to continue where you're going. The problem is it throws off the way the car's going to drive because the fuel load is different.
Yep.
So if you're like, if you restart by the carousel, you've already burned off a significant amount of fuel already in your out lap. Restarting at a carousel, your car's gonna have way more weight in it going into that second half of the Nordschleife than it really is supposed to. So it's hard to kind of drive a car like that with that different weight. I think here you're gonna have to keep that. He'll probably keep that in mind if they didn't put all the fuel in there, understanding the car's gonna feel a little different than it does in this stage of the race with these tires, and just adjusting that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. That's a huge thing. Is when I just have fun runs on Nürburgring, I don't reset at that corner. I actually start from the very beginning because I understand that it handles so much different. And honestly, like with those cars, I think Nürburgring about 3 minutes in is when the car is at like the right weight and the right performance to really just hook on a lot of those turns. And that second lap around, you're like ready to go because it's not too heavy, it's not light, but the tires are sticking just right, and you're just flying around some of those corners. And it's weird going from like a fresh tire set, full weight, and you're just kind of sliding around, having to be a little bit of a feather foot on some of those corners. And then you come back around the second time, and you're like flying through, like almost like 10, 20 miles an hour faster on a lot of those corners. It's pretty insane how much it changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just those little things that you have to kind of keep in mind and know that, okay, well, we're driving in a bit of a different condition here, and kind of just adjust your line or adjust how you're approaching a corner. But right now, it just seems like Nick, it just seems like this car is really suiting him. And like I'm watching his line, the way he's attacking these corners and the way he's coming off of them, really hugging that rubbered in material, really just staying in the center of that groove there, and not really straying from it. I think that just shows how consistent he's being able to keep that car in the prime racing in the optimal racing line.
I'd say he's extremely comfortable in this car right now, just by the way he's taking some of those corners and hitting those rumbles and popping up. If you weren't comfortable, you wouldn't be doing that.
No, I mean I didn't do that because I wasn't even comfortable for a little bit. Also, it's not necessarily my racing style to get on those because it just makes the car a little too uncomfortable for me at this point in my iRacing road racing career, I guess you could say. But for me, when the car felt comfortable, I knew I could attack certain corners that a certain way to take advantage of what the car is giving me. And he's doing that all over the track. And like you said, he loves getting that car off the ground, and got him some fresh tires. He's doing that pretty frequently.
Yeah.
Man, this race is, for me, flown by. It feels like I just woke up. I'll be completely honest. It feels like I just woke up at 6 to get ready for this race and kind of have a bite to eat and mentally get ready. And I look at the clock and it's like, oh no, it's 3:15. It's like, oh, okay.
Like I'm tired, but I felt like this race is gone really fast too. So like it felt like it's. I don't know. It honestly feels like a normal broadcast. But it's so much fun.
And I think the other thing is, for me, when we were planning for this race and talking about the timing, the weather, things like that, one of the things we talked about was kind of timing out the race. So knowing what time we were going to be getting lights out. I watch too much F1. I just call it lights out. When we get lights out to get going on a standing start, okay, that means we're starting around 11:40. like, all right, we'll be running for about 5 hours and some change because each lap is about 2 minutes and some change. So kind of timing things out, that helped us learn, okay, what time of day are we going to be approaching during this race? So we knew we'd hit noon, obviously. We'll hit afternoon. And let's see, we're about to start approaching. I don't know if we'll fully get into it, but we'll be approaching a late afternoon time period, which is when the track gets really cool as we start transitioning to night. Won't hit night, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I don't know if you wanted a 12-hour race, but won't get the night side of the race because in real life, the race normally ends around 6 o'clock. I mean, it's the safety car that draw out the race, but obviously here in this kind of event on iRacing, we don't have the full course safety cars or anything like that.
Yeah, and so that helps out a little bit in the sense of the race going by faster. But, yeah, you still get that full field dynamic of what happens on the race.
I mean, I very rarely get, like, tense or very nervous.
I get tense
watching
watching this right now.
But it's like, I was just very tense behind the wheel of that car. And just, it took a minute just to kind of relax, reset. It's like I feel like I've become that guy with V8 supercars where it's like I'm always bringing up something from the real life counterpart, but just watching it so much is like Craig Lowndes, who has won this race like 7 times in real life. He made the comment, it's like, you just take a minute, take a breath, take it in, and then use that to motivate you and drive you through the race. So when I got off the road, I was very tense, but then for like a second after I scraped the wall, I kind of just said, all right, breathe. I realized I'm on the track, we're working, we have a job to do, and then I kind of settled in and got to work. And I thought that was a really interesting thing for him to say, because obviously he's running the real thing, the king of the mountain practically, in the modern era, and you have to do the same thing here. You need to just recenter yourself, kind of get out of that jitters mode, like, oh my God, I'm in the race. It's like, okay, we have work to do. Let's get that work done.
Oh, yeah.
Will I do it again tomorrow? No. The body needs rest after this one.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh God, doing doubles.
But imagine, well, again, we'll be turning right around here in a week's time.
That's
true.
Less
than a week's time, technically, getting ready for Petit Le Mans, which will be an interesting experience for me.
I was gonna broadcast that, but I actually have work to do, so I can't. But...
Well, we will be imagining you're broadcasting us in spirit.
Thank you.
That's going to be an experience. I mean, I've never driven an LMP2 car. Now, I've practiced with it so far to get used to it. It's a great car. Oh my God, it's great. But it's a new experience for me. So that's going to be a great challenge to kind of face head on and hopefully get adapted to that car by Friday night.
I wanted the excuse to buy it. I know I don't have it. So I was super excited. I was like, oh yes, I get to finally get a Le Mans car like in my roster of cars I can just drive around for fun. And then I'm like, I gotta work. Gotta get stuff done. I'm like, oh well, that's fine.
I completely understand. I mean, Carl says it every time, but we appreciate everything you do for Core Racing. And I guess I keep forgetting I'm the presenting sponsor of the Premier Series. The presenting sponsor who sponsors the league and then leaves and is never seen again. I mean, you've really raised the profile of this league and have done a great job getting it out there. So, I mean, we appreciate everything you do. So it's been great having this broadcast, and we can't have you next week. Hopefully we can give you a good story to tell for the Core race after that.
I hope so. But it's, honestly, I really enjoy broadcasting for Core because, like I said, it really what sparked my heavier interest in racing because of the fact that you guys do a little bit of everything. I wasn't getting burnt out on one type of track and car, and so it can you get? Oh my gosh, that guy's completely.
That car has had her days,
and he's in 7th. How did? He fought his way to 7th. That's what happened. Jesus.
Oh, can we? So your car is smoking. Can we have that spot, please?
Can you just pull yourself out of the race? Come on.
I ain't trying to be whatever, but that engine ain't looking very reliable, sir.
Well, he's got a couple laps for it to blow up, so I'm happy about that.
Goodness, but sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you. I just saw that.
No, I did too. that right there made me like gasp. I was like, ooh, okay, well maybe maybe we do have a hope for getting a couple spots, people blowing up and making mistakes. But no, it like I said before, and I keep saying is like, you know, core really allowed me to kind of get into racing and see what racing has to offer, and really, you know, learn from a group of guys that has a more than just a one track vested interest in racing. It's not just about NASCAR. It's about Indy. It's about road. It's about dirt. It's about, you know, anything they can get their hands on. Can it drive here? And if it can drive here, can we be fast? And, you know, and that's what really got me interested. I'm like, oh, you can do that? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, no. So, and then, like, you know, we put on fun races, which is like one of my favorite races is the Legends. When we do rallycross with them, we do heat-to-heat races of just pretty much one-on-ones for like 2 laps, and you guys are just going at it. Or we had the SK Modifieds. Dude, I was so happy about, the Tour Modifieds. The Tour Modified race at what track? Five Flags? That, I
didn't get to see that.
Oh, go back. I missed a couple, I made a couple broadcasting errors, but in the booth, I've only had a couple races where I am like sitting on the edge of my seat going, what's going to happen? Where are these guys going with? Because there was so much battling. Like, those Tour Modifieds are pretty equal, and it shouldn't lead to that, but it did. It led to like dynamic driving, 2 lanes you can really take on the track. You weren't stuck into a 1-lane path, and it was very dynamic racing. These guys were fighting for position left and right, and it was so much fun to watch. And that's the stuff like you come across is like, I would have never really seen that if I broadcasted a Cup League every single day, or an Xfinity League every single, not every single day, but I made that my wheelhouse. And I tried as a broadcaster not to do that. Now, I don't want to have a wheelhouse of what I broadcast. I want to do everything. I want to have road. I want to have off-road trucks. I want to have, you know, dirt oval. I want to have everything. And it's being in core. It's allowed me to really come to enjoy racing as a whole, and not just find a small field of I don't really watch a lot. Like, people talk about, like, you know, big races happening. If I can, I'll tune in. But for me, like, that, I'm more invested in you guys driving. I'm more fans of you guys than I am of like Denny Hamlin, anyone else. I can't even think of names right now.
What a compliment.
Yeah, or like I was watching Kyle Larson do what is it? Late models. Or like stuff like that. Like I love late model driving. That's super awesome. It's probably the most I'd really want to see like every single day. But I'm more of a fan of like you guys driving, because you guys aren't professional drivers. You're doing this as a hobby, and you guys are trying to perfect the art of, you know, being fast and doing it on different tracks. So you guys are all like, what's his name? Is it Travis? It's Travis something. It starts with a P.
Pastrana?
Yeah, it's kind of like Travis Pastrana, where you touch everything. You guys are trying to hit every single aspect of racing, and that's like the passion is seeing all you guys, you know, put your, you know, you may be an oval driver. We'll see what you do on a road track. You know, let's see what happens. You might actually find that you're fast on road. Who knew?
And I think very clean, especially in this tricky section.
I know. I was like, oh, he's gonna hit him.
Well played.
Good day, sir.
Especially we're seeing it even more with even the real life counterparts on the racetrack. I mean, you're seeing Jimmy Johnson going to go ahead and depart NASCAR from in a full-time capacity, going to try his hand in IndyCar. I love that move. I mean, what's he got to prove in NASCAR? But it's like, you have the ability to go race somewhere that you're passionate about.
Do it.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, your next season you're going to see Scott McLaughlin, the 2-time V8 Supercars champion here in Australia. He's going to be looking to do some IndyCar next year.
That's so awesome.
He's getting out there and dabbling in different things too. So things like that, I love.
So I'm gonna derail the conversation real fast. Nick Nickerson is running down second place and is flashing second place to get the hell out of the way. We're running for first. We're going for it. I'm sorry. I just see him running these guys down. It's so exciting.
He's putting on a great show. I mean, dang.
And this is like, okay, for everyone out there, like, this is what I enjoy about racing, is rooting for you guys. Like, it's fun watching a real race, but it's better being able to root for your team and follow them. And like, I'm invested in you guys driving, because it's so much fun having a team win. Like, having your team win And especially when there's how many drivers are on the field? 27 drivers.
Yes.
Yeah. You got a 1 in 27 chance of winning.
That's true.
Yeah. So sorry, I got to. He was running.
No, you're fine.
I also don't like the DeWalt car, so I have a little bit of hatred for them. Just it's
You're
like
fine.
I picked them as my enemy, and so they're there.
You're fine. I'm just. I checked in on our friends over in the 10 car. They are still hanging in there. They are trucking along, smoking all. They're hanging in there. They're trying to ride this thing out. They are just entering the chase. About to head to the Armor All sign and pass pit road. So we'll see if I'll see if they pop on pit road. I'll pass that information on to you. They do not. So more smoke.
I hope they get off the track.
They're gonna
get off the track, man. Give some space.
I don't know if we'll catch them again. It's possible, very possible. But I see that car probably blowing up in the next few laps. I mean, if it's smoking like that, iRacing is normally like, you should not be racing. You should move.
iRacing's they only got like 6 or so laps, so I think we're pretty stuck. We're stuck in our position, which is fine. But
he's gonna try to ride this thing out.
Yeah, Nathan Medea. If you can hear me,
Nathan
Medina. Yeah, Nathan M. I'm gonna call you Nathan Madonna. Stop being a drama queen and get off the field. You're not important.
I mean,
we're important.
It's a strategy. I mean, we see it in NASCAR where a guy will minimum speed. What do they say? I made that minimum speed and I can stay on the track. So we'll see if we're able to do that. Nick coming to the chase now, so that kind of tells you how much of a gap is between that car and us. But they're also, well, it is went another lap down. So now they're 2 laps down. So,
come on. Where's the 303? Where's this? Where are you, 303? I know that car color.
The 303 is now climbing the hill, climbing the mountain right now. 3-tire power going up toward the Fujitsu signage there.
Okay, I think I caught a corner of him as we caught. So he's in eyesight of Nick Nickerson, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, there you are. Ah, sweet target of mine. Oh man, but like this is so much fun, and like yeah, I was getting a little tired midway through because it's sometimes it's a long run, but when you get towards the last 5 laps and it's like the very beginning first 5 laps, there's just so excitement. You're like, okay, we've survived this huge endurance race, lap after lap after lap. Who is on our bucket list to beat? Like,
well, I will tell you this: when I went in for the first stint was fine. But it was the second stint coming in and pitting. I went around for a couple of laps, and my body was just kind of getting that tired feeling, like in the back, that small voice in the back of my mind being like, I cannot finish this run. I'm exhausted. I don't know if I can do this.
Right.
So I flipped the black box to how many laps of fuel I have, which tells me how long I'm going to be on track, and it's like 21 laps left. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, Jesus Christ. It's only been 2 laps. Oh no, I can't do this. But then, like you said, when you start seeing it go to like 6 laps ago, it's like, okay, tough it out. We can do this.
You get that second wind, you're like, yes, let's go.
Because it's like when you think about it, your stint is about 50 to 55 minutes times 2. You're in a car for 2 hours, so it's like,
nope.
God, I don't know if I can do this. But then the team is encouraging you, kind of just keeping you motivated, giving you information. I mean, for me, in the back of my mind, I was beating myself up about my lap times. I felt like I was running.
Did I just see something happen? What? Sorry, I hate to interrupt you.
The yellow car spun out.
Wasn't yellow. Where are we? We're right there. 15. 7. It was the 8. It was the 8.
Okay. Yeah, it was hard to tell who it was because they were missing a lot of parts.
Yeah, I had to go to my track map
there
and see where we're at in the circle.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say it was the lap times were concerned, but they reminded me that my lap times are consistent. I'm running very identical lap times back to back to back. I'm like, okay, I'm doing something. If anything, I'm consistent. Okay.
And that's all that matters, honestly. Like I said, you're the guy that you want sitting in that long run because you're gonna just keep knocking the same time. Everyone else that is, probably a mid-run guy, they're probably either going to try to be fast to break it away and put a gap. But the problem with being fast is your consistency goes away sometimes. You throw fast laps, you throw a slow lap. You throw a couple fast laps, you throw a slow lap. You want someone that's going to just pretty much get you to the finish line. And then from that last 50 laps to go, you swap into your fastest guy and say, hey, man, I got you to the end of the race. See what you can do.
Right.
And that's what you need to get them across the treacherous long stint of nothing. And that's so hard to do.
Our friend is up ahead, by the way.
I know.
Our friend is up ahead. I wonder what gave it away. The smoke signals going down through Forest Elbow.
The smoke signal. Danger ahead.
I was like,
I am slow.
That's information. So if you think about it, again, just roughly a lap ago, there was a significant gap between those two cars. Now we're seeing Nick passing him again. So I don't think there'll be enough time to do anything with it, but
it just makes me happy inside.
Not for an effort of trying. It's not that we didn't try.
It makes me happy inside. That's all.
I mean, this whole event today in general has made me very happy. I'm very, very proud of how everyone did and came together. I mean, we didn't have a lot of team practices. I think a lot of guys kind of practiced individually, or it was a couple guys who could get together because, again, I work a lot more now, so it's hard for me to. Basically, I come home from work, I have dinner, and then it's like, okay, well, I have a race to get ready for. I spend that entire night before bed getting ready. So it's like 3 or 4 hours of practice, notes, whatever. So it's a commitment. So it's good to see everyone was committed to practicing and being ready for this race.
I'm glad someone else is in the same boat as me.
Yeah, these things happen.
What did I just see? Nick gets loose and then overcomes the guy in front of him. What magic are you using, Nick?
It's just what Nick does.
He's like, watch me do this.
It's like, I mean, we go back to that core race a few weeks ago. Just the way he's able to get up on the wheel in the car is just unmatched by really anyone I've ever seen before. He's just so talented getting these cars around this track. I mean, between this, if you remember the battle that we saw, if I'm not mistaken, last season in core, the modifieds at Okayama.
Yeah. Jeez.
That was a great race as well. That showcased really the road prowess of these drivers and some great racing there.
Especially when you put them on a car that's so like just so it connects to the track so well.
It connects to the track, and you only have 2 gears.
Yeah, so
that was a challenge to adapt to.
Yeah, and it's really just it comes down to the driver's skill for those things. It's really driver's prowess. You're so connected to the track, you can pretty much go anywhere. So now it's like, okay, I can drive anywhere I want. Now you have to play the course, the way the car can handle it. So now you have to really hit your points, cross over here, set up a pass over there, and then it made the race so technical.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I think I did some practice before the race. I think we were broadcasting that race that night, and I got out there and did a little practice, and man, those cars were fun to drive. Yes, you had the massive air filter in the way there, but that presented its own unique challenge.
Yeah, I can't see my right-handed turn, but I'm just going to keep going with it.
It's like these cars here.
Yeah.
It's like you're going into that corner, and you're like, I know my apex is over there to my left. I'm going to go into it and know I'm hitting it. And then you do it.
I found myself counting. I would see the flag on my left, and I would count like 1, 2, 3, brake, and then I hit my corner. Because you didn't see, you can't see the edge of the corner, so you have to really kind of have that mental like rhythm. You have to set that moment for yourself to do that. You can't just be like, okay, and I brake at this flag. Well, that flag technically isn't there anymore. You're counting it off the left side. And so you're like looking for that mental, like, where do I cross, and start, timing myself for that braking point.
Yeah, I mean, the way Core kind of thrust these guys into these unique situations with these kind of cars and tracks and different combos, while also, I will say this, while making it so it's not unattainable for drivers to be able to take part in these races. It's generally tracks everyone has access to in iRacing, and not necessarily something you have to buy. Yes, Bathurst is one of these tracks, but again, this is kind of one of those optional for fun team events. But in terms of like the core schedule from this to the developmental league, it's very accessible, and tracks that people have that not only they get to race at in the core race itself, but also can go practice at or learn from someone. Maybe meet up with another driver in the league and say, hey, I'll throw up a session. Help me understand how to get around this track or how to use this car at this circuit.
Yeah, and that, to talk on that, like, we've had a couple drivers in core that, maybe weren't a great match, and it didn't work out for them, because it is a tough, the type of mentality we're trying to create is a very friendly mentality. Like, it's competitive but also friendly, and you have to be able to, like we talked about before, you have to be able to rebound.
Right.
You have to be able to turn off the competitive aspect and rebound from whatever happened on the track, and then be friends again with the person that just beat you. Which sometimes a lot of people don't want to do. They, they're sour about something, and but the idea behind core is, you rebound a little bit, but also, you're in a high stress situation because you've probably never driven this car on this track before. And, we try to keep it, like you said, affordable in the sense of, like, a couple races are the rule is you're only allowed to have one item that for a sponsored race. Only one of, whether it's the track or the car, is allowed to be purchasable, if at all purchasable. So a lot of us will throw in very not like standard car stuff, and then a lot of us will do, like, an oddball track with the standard car, and that's how we got across with the MX-5s, our mid-season classic, which I think we found the track that they should always go back to. Because that race with those MX-5s, I've never been so entertained. Like the super speedways, it wasn't as good. But Phoenix with the dog leg off, dude, that was awesome.
I mean, and again, you find those situations, those special nuggets of, wow, I never would have thought of putting this car at this track, but man, what a combination! Kind of that situation.
Yeah.
I think for me, I've sponsored a couple of races over my time with Core. Mainly, I've become the V8 Supercars guy, so I always try to find a way to incorporate it into the schedule.
Yep.
And I think that, one, bringing those things to an oval is my next goal. Is bringing them back to a oval. We ran Charlotte Oval this year, and again, the reason why I picked that track is, one, such a unique car, and it's great to try to see that car run around there, and everyone did a great job driving those cars around that track because it created such unique racing. But it's kind of a taste to see, how do these cars drive on an oval track? How will we approach this if we go to, say, just throwing it out there, no confirmations of a schedule, just saying, what if we took this to, say, an Atlanta, a Michigan? Because remember, back when we had the shutdown during the spring, V8 Supercars had their own kind of e-season on iRacing, and they ran at some oval tracks. They ran, if I'm not mistaken, they ran Daytona Oval. They ran also the road course there. They ran Michigan. So they ran a variety of tracks, and those are the guys who are running in real life down in Australia, running on the different ovals, running with their cars. So seeing that kind of crossover tells me, well, if they can do it, we sure can do it, can't we? Let's go ahead and get that set up.
Yeah. And I think you're right on that. And we have done some. Well, they weren't the V8 Supers, but they were a V8 car. I think what we did, the Cadillac STVs or STSs at God, what was that?
It was Charlotte.
It was Charlotte, but it was the Charlotte Oval, not the Roval.
Oval, yes, the oval course.
And that was actually a really good race too. I didn't think they would handle that well, and they were glued to that track.
They presented such unique racing with such. They're very odd cars when you look at them on the track.
Yes.
Very odd bodies. That kind of pointed front end, very odd when you're trying to think of, you're running a track like that, you generally want a very flush front end in case you get up on someone's bumper. So, I don't know, it was a very unique kind of race, and I think we've been talking about it for a while, but just, yeah, Core has those unique races where you're like, kind of, I'm going to throw this in the pot, and look at it, we got a great race.
Yeah. And I'm going to change subject a tad bit, but I think what we need to do for you endurance racers, we need to get you guys some T-shirts or have like a separate logo for you guys saying, or maybe it'd be kind of fun is maybe put together, I don't know, maybe a hat or something that we can glue on. I've raced like Bathurst 1000 or something like that.
Well, I mean,
like kind of like a Letterman's jacket. That'd be so much fun to do
Yes.
for you guys.
I mean, in 1 year, I mean, we've completed, well, as of now, we're still running, but we have completed the Bathurst 12-hour, a very grueling race, but a premier race in the endurance community. And now we are coming up on the end of this race here at Bathurst with the V8 Supercars, their iconic race. I mean, this is their bread and butter. I mean, if this were the real situation where we don't have what's going on right now in the world, we would see people packed across this track. This is Bathurst Day for iRacing, and to be able to say we did that is awesome. As we see, just checking in, the leader taking his final lap.
Yeah,
I guess.
This is it.
So we're wrapping up here, and man, I can't believe we. Whew, what a team! What a core group of guys we got over here for endurance racing.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed this race. It was honestly a lot of fun, and like I said, I love rooting you guys on, because when you get to go side by side against someone, it's just fun to start trash talking the other team. I don't really get to do that. I have to play, the person that like roots for everyone or is looking for a specific thing. I don't get to pick sides 24/7. Very rarely will I ever pick a side, but most of the time, it's I try to keep it an equal broadcast. I try to root for everyone. I honestly enjoy watching everyone finish. But when I get to pick a team and trash talk and have a little bit of fun, it's, oh my gosh.
I mean, it's all in good fun, and like I said, we're before we wrap up, I will say this: I think 2020 has been a premier year for competitive, I guess, sim racing. I mean, I can't count how many YouTube channels, Twitch streams I've seen showcasing iRacing. How many people who've never said, I've never done that. I never would do that. Pick it up, try it out, get on there. And we're now seeing, even, like I said, the V8 Supercars, they're wrapping up their season. They're going to do another e-season for their cars. I don't know if we'll see more with NASCAR, but I mean, we still have the NASCAR iRacing series that they have. I think it's a great time to be a fan of racing, because now with these platforms, you can get right in there and experience it.
Yeah, and I honestly think we're seeing the peak, or sorry, not the peak. I take that back. We're seeing the very beginning of what esports racing is gonna become. I think this is just the very, very soft edge of what we might see in the future and what esports is going to mean, because I think esports is going to be, or at least for racing, I think it might actually take away a lot of real racing's like what they have in the sense of as the future unfolds and the racing simulators get better and better. They're going to lose a lot of their market to the esports league, and I think esports is just growing. As you look at everything else for esports, it's these past 5 years have been insane for what you can do.
And it's also accessibility. It's more accessible than ever. I mean, years ago, everyone thought in order to get on iRacing, you have to have this massive rig with these giant chassis roll bars and whatever. You're in this giant rig. It's like, no, just get yourself a wheel, get yourself a computer, download it, jump in.
Exactly.
And that's how it is. And find your niche, find what you enjoy. And I think we've seen a lot of it. I mean, when we saw those numbers, the spiking of people getting on iRacing when NASCAR was doing their E-Series, my God.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see numbers like that in my life. And yeah, it's tapered off a bit. But I think what you saw is there's no question that in that tidal wave of people in the spring, there are newborn I guess you call them sim racers and esports fans from that.
I completely agree. But as we tailor off this content or this conversation, let's go and hop into the racers chat and talk to these guys. Mike, I'm gonna send you in first. Yeah, I know, right? I'm gonna send you in first so you can let them know they'll be live, and we'll let you guys talk it out and talk about the race a little bit. Oh, welcome.
Hello.
We were gonna come to you guys, but welcome to the booth. All right, I'll let you guys talk it out. I have no questions. I enjoyed the whole race. Great job out there. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, you guys probably already talked about it. It's a rough, long race, and you just need to be focused constantly. It's Bathurst. It's a panorama. it's sketchy at all times and need to be white knuckling it the whole time. But no, I mean we started P10, finished P9. Got as high as P4, so it's I think it was a success.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, Nick was just like, my God, just flying around this place. I'm like, all right, Jesus.
Yeah, you figure, as fast as he is, he'd be able to pick us up a spot, but I guess.
Oh, jeez. Trash.
No, he was digging, and I was trying to help him get up there as much as possible, but we just had we could have held that on. No pun intended.
I mean, if only you could have heard Randall's reaction to some of those passes. I mean, I'm sitting here just like, oh, okay, then Nick does that. Randall's, I'm worried for him. You're making some great moves out there. I think I was talking to Brock, and I think this, another example of how strong of a team this is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had we not had the the little hiccup mid run there, I think we were still maybe just outside the top 5 team wise, speed wise, and I don't know if that's how much that is set up, because we didn't really get to spend too much time on the setup here, but. Right. I mean, I think we finished maybe just outside of where we ultimately would have finished anyway. So that's why I still think this is a positive, and I think this will help us maybe get a little bit more confidence going into to next year when it comes to the 12-hour coming back here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was like, I was just wanting to finish this race. That was my goal. Was I want to get in this race. I want us to be there when the checkered flag falls. However it takes to get there, let's get it done. I think we accomplished that, and I couldn't be happier to be part of it. That was awesome. It was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it'll definitely be fun next week for anybody that's still watching out there. We'll be going right back at it and tackling Road Atlanta with the LMP2 cars.
Don't say Road America. That track scares me. Yeah. That place scares me. I can't do that.
But yeah, next Friday night we're going to be doing a 12-hour race there.
So I told Mike, but sadly I actually can't make that race to broadcast it.
What?
Yeah, I have to work.
So anybody that's out there, if you're a broadcaster, we're looking for a broadcaster now. For all good, buddy. All good.
That's fair.
We'll be out there, and I'll be putting up. I'll put up in our Discord here that you guys can watch live, at least from my point of view, and. Anybody else that wants to hop in there, we can do that, and I'll try and keep everybody updated of where we are. But that'll be another experience for us going there with the fastest cars that we're probably going to handle yet is the LMP2 cars.
Yeah, I'll just say I appreciate letting me race because I think it was a late decision if I was going to be able to join everyone, and I appreciate the chance to do it. So I have to jump off. I need to take care of a few things, but thank you for letting me race, and congratulations to everyone. And Randall, thank you for such an awesome broadcast. I love working with you, and man, that felt good. Felt like old times.
I told you, man, you're always welcome in the booth. I learn a lot from you every single time, so it's always fun. And like I said, this is where I get to let loose and root for people and trash talk, and this is what I enjoy doing. So being able to kind of let loose, take off, unbutton the shirt a little bit and enjoy some racing and really root for a team instead of just rooting for everyone in general is always fun to do. I can get a little more behind it, get a little more excited. When people reckon to you, I can threaten them.
People don't move out of the way.
No, yeah, I said it before and I'll say it again. I mean, it's awesome having you back in the car. And I'm sure it's awesome having you back in the booth there too. I didn't get to listen to the broadcast obviously, but I know you always put on a good show. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to working with you again next week.
Looking forward to it. I will see you guys later. And again, I almost called you Moose. Randall, thank you for thank you for an awesome broadcast, and I look forward to seeing you again next time. If I don't see you next week, I'll see you again hopefully in the future.
You got it, man. I might even pop in and catch the last section of it, so we'll see what happens. We'll see how the day goes.
There you go.
All right, I'll leave you guys to it. I'll see y'all later.
Later, buddy.
Oh man, what a run!
Yeah, I mean, it was good. It was good. I mean, we all had our battles that we had to deal with throughout the entire run there, so that was fun.
Yeah.
Are we not recording anymore?
No, we are. Do you want me? Are we all done?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. What a run. Like I said, these guys will be back at it again, but don't forget to tune in on Sunday night when we are going to be hitting, oh gosh, we talked about the track.
Oxford Plain.
Yeah, Oxford Plains, the Legends. That's going to be a lot of fun. These Legends drive pretty well on that track, and it's going to be side-by-side, I think, driving for most of it. So I hope you guys tune in, check it out. It's a short track, small cars. It's it's definitely going to be a circus out there, but a good one. So hope everyone has
it's good because it's like circus cars. So
exactly. So I hope everyone has a great weekend. Enjoy the rest of your day. I enjoyed my morning, so we should have a good evening. With that being said, congratulations to all you drivers out there that were racing for the Core Premier Series, and a good run. And let's put on a good show tomorrow.